Part 1. A Song for Water. Chapter 1. It was safest to cross the ocean at night, when the moon and stars shone on the water. At least, that's what Jack had been raised to believe. He wasn't sure if those old convictions still held true these days. It was midnight, and he had just arrived at Woe, a fishing village on the northern coast of the mainland. Jack thought the name was fitting as he covered his nose. The place reeked of herring. Iron yard gates were tinged with rust, and the houses sat crooked on stilts, every shutter bolted against the relentless howl of the wind. Even the tavern was closed, its fire banked, its ale casks long since corked. The only movement came from the stray cats lapping up the milk left for them on door stoops, from the bobbing dance of cogs and rowboats in the quay. This place was dark and quiet with dreams. 10 years ago, he had made his first and only ocean crossing. From the isle to the mainland, a passage that took 2 hours if the wind was favorable. He had arrived at this very village, borne over the starlit water by an old sailor. The man had been weathered and wiry from years of wind and sun, undaunted by the thought of approaching the isle in his rowboat. Jack remembered it well, his first moment stepping onto mainland soil. He had been 11 years old, and his initial impression was that it smelled different here, even in the dead of night. Like damp rope, fish, and wood smoke. Like a rotting storybook. Even the land beneath his boots had felt strange, as if it grew harder and drier the farther south he traveled. "Where are the voices in the wind?" he had asked the sailor. "The folk don't speak here, lad," the man had said, shaking his head when he thought Jack wasn't looking. It took a few more weeks before Jack learned that children born and raised on the Isle of Cadence were rumored to be half wild and strange themselves. Not many came to the mainland as Jack had done. Far fewer stayed as long as he had. Even after 10 years, it was impossible for Jack to forget that first mainland meal he had partaken of, how dry and terrible it had tasted. The first time he had stepped into the university, awed by its vastness and the music that echoed through its winding corridors. The moment he realized that he was never returning home to the Isle. Jack sighed and the memories turned to dust. It was late. He had been traveling for a se'night, and now he was here, defying all logic and ready to make the crossing again. He just needed to find the old sailor. He walked one of the streets, trying to whet his recollection as to where to find the dauntless man who had previously carried him over the water. Cats scattered, and an empty tonic bottle rolled over the mismatched cobbles, seeming to follow him. He finally noticed a door that felt familiar, right on the edge of town. A lantern hung on the porch, casting tepid light over a peeling red door. Yes, there had been a red door, Jack recalled. And a knocker made from brass, shaped like an octopus. This was the fearless sailor's house. Jack had once stood in this very place, and he nearly saw his past self, a scrawny, windswept boy, scowling to hide the tears in his eyes. "Follow me, lad," the sailor had said after docking his boat, leading Jack up the steps to the red door. It was the dead of night and bitterly cold. Quite the mainland welcome. "You'll sleep here, and then come morning you'll take the coach south to the university." Jack nodded, but he hadn't slept that night. He had laid down on the floor of the sailor's house, wrapped in his plaid, and closed his eyes. All he could think of was the Isle. The moon thistles would soon bloom, and he hated his mother for sending him away. Somehow, he had grown from that agonizing moment, putting down roots in a foreign place. Although truth be told, he still felt scrawny and angry at his mother. He ascended the rickety porch stairs, hair tangling across his eyes. He was hungry, and his patience was thin, even if he was knocking at midnight. He clanged the brass octopus on the door, again and again. He didn't relent, not until he heard a curse through the wood and the sound of locks turning. A man cracked open the door and squinted at him. "What do you want?" At once, Jack knew this wasn't the sailor he sought. This man was too young, although the elements had already carved their influence on his face. A fisherman, most likely, by the smell of oysters, smoke, and cheap ale that spilled from his house. "I'm looking for a sailor to carry me to Cadence," said Jack. "One lived here years ago and bore me from the Isle to the mainland." "That would be my father," the fisherman replied harshly. "And he's dead, so he can't take you." He made to shut the door, but Jack set his foot down, catching the wood. "I'm sorry to hear that. Can you guide me?" The man's bloodshot eyes widened. He hacked up a laugh. "To Cadence? No, I can't." "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" The fisherman's humor broke like an old rope. "I don't know where you've been the last decade or two, but the clans of the Isle are territorial, and they don't take kindly to any visitors. If you are fool enough to go and visit, you'll need to send a request with a raven. And then you'll need to wait for the crossing to be approved by whichever laird you're seeking to bother. And since the lairds of the Isle are on their own time frame, expect to wait a while. Or even better, you can wait for the autumnal equinox, when the next trade happens. In fact, I would recommend you wait until then." Wordlessly, Jack withdrew a sheet of folded parchment from his cloak pocket. He handed the letter to the fisherman, who frowned as he glanced over it by lantern light. Jack had the message memorized. He had read it countless times since it arrived the previous week, interrupting his life in the most profound of ways. "Your presence is required at once for urgent business. Please return to Cadence with your harp upon receipt." Beneath the languid handwriting was his laird's signature, and beneath it was the press of Alastair Tamerlane's signet ring in wine-dark ink, turning this request into an order. After a decade with hardly any contact with his clan, Jack had been summoned home. "A Tamerlane, are you?" the fisherman said, handing the letter back. Jack belatedly realized the man probably was illiterate, but had recognized the crest. Jack nodded, and the fisherman studied him intently. He endured the scrutiny, knowing there was nothing extraordinary about his appearance. He was tall and thin, as if he had been underfed for years, built from sharp angles and unyielding pride. His eyes were dark, his hair was brown. His skin was pallid and pale, from all the hours he spent indoors, instructing and composing music. He was dressed in his customary gray shirt and trousers, raiment now stained from greasy tavern meals. "You look like one of us," the fisherman said. Jack didn't know if he should be pleased or offended. "What's that on your back?" the fisherman persisted, staring at the one bag Jack was carrying. "My harp," Jack replied tersely. "That explains it then. You came here to be schooled." "Indeed. I'm a bard. I was educated at the university in Faldair. Now, will you carry me to the Isle? For a price." "How much?" "I don't want your money. I want a cadence-forged dirk," the fisherman said. "I would like a dagger to cut through anything, ropes, nets, scales, my rival's good fortune." Jack wasn't surprised by his request for an enchanted blade. Such things could only be forged on Cadence, but they were created with a steep price. "Yes, I can arrange that for you," Jack said after only a moment of doubt. In the back of his mind, he thought of his mother's dirk with its silver hilt and how she kept it sheathed at her side, although Jack had never once seen her use it. But he knew the dagger was enchanted. The glamour was evident when one didn't look directly upon the weapon. It cast a slight haze, as though firelight had been hammered into the steel. There was no telling how much his mother had paid Una Carlo to forge it for her, or how much Una had, in turn, suffered for rendering the blade. He held out his hand. The fisherman shook it. "Very well," the man said. "We'll leave at daybreak." He went to shut the door again, but Jack refused to remove his foot. "We must go now," he said, "while it's dark. This is the safest time to make the crossing." The fisherman's eyes bugged. "Are you daft? I wouldn't cross those waters at night if you paid me 100 enchanted dirks." "You must trust me on this," Jack answered. "Ravens may carry messages to the lairds by day, and the trade cog may glide on the first of the season, but the best time to cross is at night, when the ocean reflects the moon and the stars. When the spirits of the water are easily appeased," Jack added inwardly. The fisherman gaped. Jack waited. He would stand here all night and all of the next day if he had to, and the fisherman must have sensed it. He relented. "Very well. For 2 cadence dirks, I will carry you across the water tonight. Meet me by my boat in a few minutes. It's that one, in the berth on the far right." Jack glanced over his shoulder to look at the darkened quay. Weak moonlight gleamed on the hulls and masts, and he found the fisherman's boat, a modest vessel that had once been his father's. The very boat that had originally carried Jack in his first crossing. He stepped down the stoop, and the door latched behind him. He momentarily wondered if the fisherman was fooling him, agreeing to simply get Jack off his porch, but Jack walked briskly to the quay in good faith, the wind nearly pushing him down as he strode over the damp road. He lifted his eyes to the darkness. There was a wavering trail of celestial light on the ocean, the silver path the fisherman needed to follow to reach Cadence. A sickle moon hung in the sky like a smile, surrounded by freckles of stars. It would have been ideal if the moon was full, but Jack couldn't afford to wait for it to wax. He didn't know why his laird had summoned him home, but he sensed it wasn't for a joyous reunion. It felt as if he had waited an hour before he saw a firefly of lantern light approaching. The fisherman walked hunched against the wind, a waxed-over mantle shielding him, his face trapped in a skull. "You had better be good to your word, Bard," he said. "I want 2 cadence dirks for all of this trouble." "Yes, well, you know where to find me if I'm not," Jack said, brusquely. The fisherman glared at him, one eye bigger than the other. Then, conceding, he nodded at his boat, saying, "Climb aboard." And Jack took his first step off the mainland. The ocean was rough at first. Jack gripped the boat's gunwale, his stomach churning as the vessel rose and fell in a precarious dance. The waves rolled, but the brawny fisherman cut through them, rowing the 2 of them farther out to sea. He followed the trail of moonlight as Jack suggested, and soon the ocean became gentler. The wind continued to howl, but it was still the wind of the mainland, carrying nothing but cold salt in its breath. Jack glanced over his shoulder, watching the lanterns of woe turn to tiny flecks of light, his eyes smarting, and he knew they were about to enter the Isle's waters. He could sense it as if Cadence had a gaze, finding him in the darkness, fixating on him. "A body washed to shore a month ago," the fisherman said, breaking Jack's reverie. "Gave us all a bit of fright and woe." "I beg your pardon?" "A Breccan, by the woad tattoos on his bloated skin." His blue plaid arrived shortly after him. The man paused in his speech, but he continued to row, the paddles dipping into the water in a mesmerizing rhythm. "A slit throat. I suppose it was the work of one of your clansmen, who then dumped a misfortunate soul in the ocean, to let us clean up the mess when the tides brought the corpse to our shores." Jack was silent as he stared at the fisherman, but a shiver chased his bones. Even after all these years away, the sound of his enemy's name sent a spear of dread through him. "Perhaps one of his own did it to him," Jack said. "The Breccans are known for their bloodthirsty ways." The fisherman chuckled. "Should I dare to believe a Tamerlaine is unbiased?" Jack could have told him stories of raids. How the Breccans often crossed the clan line and stole from the Tamerlanes during the winter months. They plundered and wounded, they pillaged without remorse, and Jack felt his hatred rise like smoke as he remembered being a young boy riddled by the fear of them. "How did the feud begin, Bard?" The fisherman pressed on. "Do any of you even remember why you hate each other, or do you simply follow the path your ancestors set for you?" Jack sighed. He just wanted a swift, quiet passage over the water. But he knew the story. It was an old, blood-soaked saga that shifted like the constellations, depending on who did the retelling, the East or the West, the Tamerlanes or the Breccans. He mulled over it. The current of the water gentled, and the hiss of the wind fell to a coaxing whisper. Even the moon hung lower, keen for him to share the legend. The fisherman sensed it as well. He was quiet, rowing at a slower pace, waiting for Jack to give the story breath. "Before the clans, there were the folk," Jack began. "The earth, the air, the water, and the fire. They gave life and balance to Cadence. But soon the spirits grew lonely and weary of hearing their own voices, of seeing their own faces. The northern wind blew a ship off course, and it crashed on the rocks of the isle. Amid the flotsam was a fierce and arrogant clan, the Breccans, who had been seeking a new land to claim. Not long after that, the southern wind blew a ship off course, and it found the isle. They were the Tamerlane clan, and they too established a home on Cadence. The island was balanced between them, with the Breccans in the west and the Tamerlanes in the east. And the spirits blessed the work of their hands. In the beginning, it was peaceful. But soon, the two clans began to have more and more altercations and scuffles with each other, until whispers of war began to haunt the air. Joan Tamerlane, the Laird of the East, hoped she could stave off conflict by uniting the Isle as one. She would agree to marriage with the Breccan laird as long as peace was upheld and empathy was encouraged between the clans, in spite of their differences. When Fingal Breccan beheld her beauty, he decided that he, too, wanted harmony. "Come and be my wife," he said, "and let our two clans join as one." Joan married him and lived with Fingal in the west, but as the days passed, Fingal continued to delay on formally reaching a peace agreement. Joan soon learned that the ways of the Breccans were rigid and cruel, and she couldn't adapt to them. Disheartened by the bloodshed, she strove to share the customs of the East, in hopes that they might also find a place in the West, granting goodness to the clan. But Fingal became angry with her desires, thinking she would only weaken the West, and he refused to see Tamerlaine ways celebrated. It wasn't long until the peace was hanging on by a fragile thread and Joan realized Fingal had no intention of uniting the Isle. He said one thing but enacted another behind her back, and the Breccans began to raid the East, stealing from the Tamerlanes. Joan, longing for home and to be rid of Fingal, soon departed, but she made it only as far as the center of the Isle before Fingal caught up with her. They quarreled, they fought. Joan drew her dirk and cut herself loose from him, name, vow, spirit, and body, but not her heart, because it was never his. She bestowed a tiny nick upon his throat, the very place where she had once kissed him in the night when she dreamt of the East. The small wound swiftly drained him, and Fingal felt his life ebb away. When he fell, he took her with him, forcing his own dagger into her chest, to pierce the heart he could never earn. They cursed each other and their clans, and they died entwined, stained in each other's blood, in the place where the East meets the West. The spirits felt the rift as the clan line was drawn, and the earth drank the mortals' blood, strife, and violent end. Peace became a distant dream, and that is why the Breccans continue to raid and steal, hungry to have what is not theirs, and why the Tamerlanes continue to defend themselves, cutting throats and piercing hearts with blades. The fisherman, leaning toward the tail, had ceased rowing. When Jack fell silent, the man shook himself and frowned, returning to his oars. The sickle moon continued its arc across the sky, the stars dimmed their fires, and the wind began to howl now that the story was over. The ocean resumed its billowing tide as Jack set his eyes on the distant isle, his first glimpse of it in 10 long years. Cadence was darker than night, a shadow against the ocean and the starry sky. Long and rugged, it stretched before them like a sprawled dragon sleeping on the waves. Jack's heart stirred at the sight, traitor that it was. Soon, he would be walking the ground he had grown up on, and he didn't know if he would be welcomed or not. He hadn't written to his mother in 3 years. "You're a deranged lot, that's what I think," the fisherman muttered. "All this nonsense and talk of spirits. You don't revere the folk?" Jack asked, but he knew the answer. There were no fairy spirits on the mainland. Only the patina of gods and saints, carved into the sanctuaries of kirks. The fisherman snorted. "Have you ever seen a spirit, lad?" "I've seen evidence of them," Jack replied carefully. "They don't often reveal themselves to mortal eyes." He inevitably recalled the countless hours he had spent roaming the hills as a boy, eager to snare a spirit amid the heather. Of course, he never had. "Sounds like a bucket of chum to me." Jack made no reply as the vessel glided closer. He could see the golden lichens on the eastern rocks, luminescent. They marked the Tamerlane coastline, and Jack's memory surged. He remembered how things that grew on the Isle were peculiar, bent to enchantment. He had explored the coast countless times, to Mirren's great frustration and worry. But every girl and boy of the Isle had been drawn to the whirlpools and eddies and secret caves of the coast. In the day and in the night, when the lichen glowed, golden as leftover sunlight on the rocks, he noticed they were drifting. The fisherman was rowing, but they were angled away from the lichen, as if the boat was hooked to the dark stretch of western coast. "We're sailing into Breccan waters," Jack said, a knot of alarm in his throat. "Here, row us to the east." The fisherman heaved, directing the boat the way Jack instructed, but their progress was painfully slow. Something was wrong, Jack realized, and the moment he acknowledged there was trouble, the wind abated and the ocean turned glassy, smooth like a mirror. It was quiet, a roaring silence that raised his hackles. Tap. The fisherman ceased rowing, his eyes wide as full moons. Did you hear that? Jack lifted his hand. Be quiet, he wanted to say, but held his tongue, waiting for the warning to come again. Tap. Tap. He felt it in the soles of his shoes. Something was in the water, clicking its long nails on the underside of the hull. Testing for a weak spot. Mother of gods, the fisherman whispered, sweat shining on his face. What is making that racket? Jack swallowed. He could feel his own perspiration beating his brow, the tension within him taut as a harp string as the claws beneath continued tapping. The mainlander's scorn had caused this. He had offended the folk of the water, who must have gathered in the foam of the sea to hear Jack's legend. And now both men would pay for it with a sinking boat and a watery grave. Do you revere the spirits? Jack asked in a low tone, staring at the fisherman. The man only gaped, and then a flicker of fear crossed over his face. He began to turn the boat around, rowing with great heaves back to Woe. What are you doing? Jack cried. I go no further, the fisherman said. I want nothing to do with your isle and whatever haunts these waters. Jack narrowed his eyes. We had an agreement. Either jump overboard and swim your way to shore, or you'll be coming back with me. Then I suppose I'll have your dirks forged 3/4 of the way. How would you like that? Keep your dirks. Jack was speechless. The fisherman had almost hauled them out of the isle's waters, and Jack couldn't go back to the mainland. Not when he was so close to home, when he could see the lichen and taste the cold sweetness of the mountains. He stood and turned in the boat, carelessly rocking it. He could swim the distance if he left his cloak and leather satchel of clothes behind. He could swim to the shore, but he would be in enemy waters. And he needed his harp. Laird Alistair had requested it. He quickly opened his satchel and found his harp within, hiding in a sleeve of oilskin. The salt water would ruin the instrument, and Jack was struck by an idea. He dug deeper into his bag and found the square of Tamerlaine plaid, which he hadn't worn since the day he left the Isle. His mother had woven it for him when he was 8, when he had started to get into fistfights at the Isle school. She had enchanted it by weaving a secret into the pattern, and he had been delighted when his nemesis was rewarded with a broken hand the next time he tried to punch Jack in the stomach. Jack stared at the scrap of seemingly innocent plaid now. It was soft when draped on the floor, but strong as steel when it was put to use guarding something like a heart or a pair of lungs. Or, in this desperate case, a harp about to be submerged. Jack wrapped his instrument in the checkered wool and slid it back into its sleeve. He needed to swim to shore before the fisherman dragged him farther away from it. He shed his cloak, embraced his harp, and jumped overboard. The water was bitterly cold. The shock of it stole his breath as the ocean swallowed him whole. He broke the surface with a gasp, hair plastered to his face, chapped lips stinging from the salt. The fisherman continued to row farther and farther away, leaving a ripple of fear on the surface. Jack spat in the mainlander's wake before turning to the Isle. He prayed the spirits of the water would be benevolent to him as he began to swim to Cadence. He set his eyes on the glow of the lichen, trying to pull himself to the safety of the Tamerlaine shore. But the moment he treaded the ocean, the waves rolled and the tide returned with a laugh. He was drawn under, jerked by the current. Fear coursed through him, pounding in his veins until he realized that he broke the surface every time he reached for it. By the third lungful of air, Jack sensed the spirits were toying with him. If they wanted to drown him, they would have done it by now. Of course, he thought, struggling to swim as the tide pulled him under again. Of course, his return wouldn't be effortless. He should have expected this sort of homecoming. He scraped his palm on the reef. His left shoe was ripped from his foot. He cradled his harp with one hand and stretched out the other, hoping to find the surface. Only water greeted him this time, rippling through his fingers. In the dark, he opened his eyes and was startled when he saw a woman, darting past him in the water with gleaming scales, her long hair tickling his face. He shivered and nearly forgot to swim. The waves eventually had enough of him and coughed him out on a sandy stretch of beach. That was the only mercy they gave him. On the sand, he spluttered and crawled. He knew instantly that he was on Breccan soil, and the thought made his bones melt like wax. It took Jack a moment to rise and gain his bearings. He could see the clan line. It was marked by rocks that sat in a row like teeth on the beach, running all the way into the ocean, where their tops eventually descended into the depths. It was roughly a kilometer away, and the distant glow of the lichen beckoned him to hurry, hurry. Jack ran, one foot bare and frigid, the other squishing in a wet shoe. He wove around tangles of driftwood and a small eddy that gleamed like a dream about to break. He crawled under a rock arch, slipped over another boulder that was crinkled with moss, and finally reached the clan line. He hefted himself over the rocks damp from sea mist. With a gasp, he stumbled onto Tamerlaine territory. But he could finally breathe, and he stood on the sand and made himself inhale, deep and slow. One moment, it was quiet and peaceful, save for the rush of the tide. The next, Jack was knocked off his feet. He hit the ground, harp flying. His teeth went through his lip, and he struggled beneath the weight of someone manhandling him. He had forgotten all about the East Guard in his desperation to reach Tamerlane land. "I have him," called out his attacker, who actually sounded more like a zealous lad. Jack wheezed, but couldn't find his voice. The weight on his chest lifted, and he felt two hands, hard like iron manacles, latch themselves to his ankles and drag him across the beach. Desperate, he reached out to recover his harp. He had no doubt that he would need to show Mirren's plaid to prove who he was, since the laird's letter had been in his cloak, now abandoned in the rowboat. But his arms were too heavy. Fuming, he relented to being toted. "Can I kill him, Captain?" the lad who was dragging Jack asked, all too eager. "Maybe. Bring him yonder." That voice, deep as a ravine with a trace of mirth. Terribly familiar, even after all these years away. Just my fortune, Jack thought, closing his eyes as sand stung his face. At last, the dragging ceased, and he lay on his back, exhausted. "Is he alone?" "Yes, Captain." "Armed?" "No, sir." Silence. And then Jack heard the crunch of boots on the sand and sensed someone looming over him. Carefully, he opened his eyes. Even in the dark with nothing but starlight to limn the guard's face, Jack recognized him. The constellations crowned Torrin Tamerlane as he stared down at Jack. "Hand me your dirk, Robin," said Torrin, to which Jack's shock morphed into terror. Torrin didn't recognize him. But why should he? The last time Torrin had seen and spoken to him, Jack had been 10 years old, wailing, with 13 thistle needles embedded in his face. "Torrin," Jack wheezed. Torrin paused, but the dirk was in his grip now. "What did you say?" Jack held up his hands, sputtering. "It's me. Jack Tamerlane." Torrin seemed to turn into rock. He didn't move, blade poised above Jack, like an omen about to fall. And then he barked, "Bring me a lantern, Robin." The lad Robin scampered away, then returned with a lantern swinging in his hand. Torrin took it and lowered the light, so it would spill across Jack's face. Jack squinted against the brightness. He tasted blood on his tongue, his lips swelling almost as much as his mortification as he waited. "By the spirits," Torrin said. The light finally receded, leaving splotches in Jack's sight. "I don't believe it." And he must have seen a trace of who Jack had been 10 years ago. A malcontent, dark-eyed boy. Because Torrin Tamerlane threw his head back and laughed. "Don't just lie there. Stand up and let me get a better look at you, lad." Jack reluctantly obeyed Torrin's request. He stood and brushed the sand from his drenched clothes, wincing as his palm burned. He delayed the inevitable, afraid to look at the guard he had once aspired to be. Jack studied his mismatched feet, the cut on his hand. All the while, he felt Torrin's gaze bore into him, and eventually he had to answer it. He was surprised to discover they were now the same great height. But that was where their similarity ended. Torrin was built for the Isle, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with sturdy, slightly bowed legs and arms corded with muscle. His hands were huge, his right one still casually holding the dirk's hilt, and his face was cut square and anchored with a trim beard. His blue eyes were set wide, and one too many spars had left his nose crooked. His hair was long and bound back by 2 plaits, blonde as a wheat field, even at midnight. He wore the same garments Jack remembered him by, a dark woolen tunic that reached his knees, a leather jerkin studded with silver, a hunting plaid of brown and red draped across his chest, held fast by a brooch set with the Tamerlaine crest. No trousers, but not many men of the Isle bothered with them. Torrin sported the customary knee-high boots made from untanned hide, shaped to his legs and held in place by leather thongs. Jack wondered what Torrin thought of him in return. Perhaps that he was too skinny, or looked weak and scrawny. That he was too pale from sitting indoors. That his clothes were drab and terrible and his eyes jaded. But Torrin nodded his approval. "You've grown, lad. How old are you now?" "I'll be 22 this autumn," said Jack. "Good, good." Torrin glanced at Robin, who stood nearby, scrutinizing Jack. "It's all right, Robin. He's one of us. Mirren's boy, in fact." That seemed to shock Robin. He couldn't have been older than 15, and his voice cracked when he cried, "You're Mirren's son? She speaks of you often. You're a bard." Jack nodded, wary. "It's been a long time since I've seen a bard," Robin continued. "Yes, well," Jack said, with a twinge of annoyance, "I hope you didn't break my harp at the clan line." Robin's lopsided smile dimmed. He stood frozen until Torrin ordered him to recover the instrument. While Robin was gone, humbly searching, Jack followed Torrin to a small campfire in the maw of a sea cave. "Sit, Jack," Torrin said. He unbuckled his plaid and tossed it across the fire to Jack. "Dry yourself." Jack caught it awkwardly. He knew the moment he touched the plaid that this was one of Mirren's enchanted weavings. What secret of Torrin's had she woven into it? Jack wondered with irritation, but he was too cold and wet to resist it. He draped the checkered wool around himself and stretched his hands out to the fire. "Are you hungry?" Torrin asked. "No, I'm fine." Jack's stomach was still roiling from the voyage across the water, from the horror of being on Breccan soil, from nearly having every tooth knocked loose by Robin. He realized his hands were shaking. Torrin noticed as well and extended a flask to Jack before he settled across the fire from him. "I noticed you arrived from the west," Torrin said with a hint of suspicion. "Unfortunately, yes," Jack replied. "The mainlander rowing me to the Isle turned coward. I had no choice but to swim, and the current brought me to the west." He took a bracing sip from the flask. The heather ale was refreshing, stirring his blood. He took a second swallow and felt steadier, stronger, owing, he knew, to consuming something that had been brewed on the Isle. Food and drink here boasted flavor tenfold over mainland fare. He glanced at Torrin. Now that they were in the light, he could see the captain's crest on his brooch. A leaping stag with a ruby in its eye. He also noticed the scar on Torrin's left palm. "You've been promoted to captain," said Jack. Although that was no surprise. Torrin had been the most favored of guards from a very young age. 3 years ago, Torrin replied. His face softened, as if his old recollections were as close as yesterday. "The last time I saw you, Jack, you were high, and you had 13 thistle needles in my face," Jack finished drolly. "Does the East Guard still hold that challenge?" "Every third spring equinox. I have yet to see another injury like yours, however." Jack stared at the fire. "You know, I always wanted to be one of the guard. I thought I could prove myself worthy of the East that night. By falling on an armful of thistles? I didn't fall on them. They were shoved into my face." Torrin scoffed. "By whom?" "By your lovely cousin." Jack wanted to reply, but he remembered that Torrin was fiercely devoted to Adaira and most likely thought she was incapable of being so fiendish. "No one important," Jack replied, despite the glaring truth that Adaira was the heiress of the East. He almost asked Torrin about her, but thought better of it. Jack hadn't envisioned his childhood rival in years, but he now imagined Adaira as wed, maybe with a few barons of her own. He imagined she was even more beloved than she had been as a youth. Dwelling on her reminded Jack there was a gap in his knowledge. He didn't know what had been happening on the Isle while he was away, steeped in music. He didn't know why Laird Alastair had summoned him. He didn't know how many raids had occurred, if the Breccans were still a looming threat when the ice came. Emboldened, he met Torrin's stare. "You meet every stray who crosses the clan line with instant death?" "I wouldn't have killed you, lad." "That's not what I asked." Torrin was quiet, but he didn't break their gaze. The firelight flickered over his rugged features, but there was no regret, no hint of shame in him. It depends. Some stray Breccans are truly fooled by the spirit's mischief. They misstep, and they mean no harm. Others are scouting. Have there been any raids recently? Jack asked, dreading to learn if Mirren had been lying to him in her past letters. His mother lived close to Western Territory. There hasn't been a raid since last winter, but I expect one will come soon. Once the cold arrives. Where did this most recent raid happen? The Elliots' Croft, Torrin replied, but his eyes were sharp, as if he were beginning to piece together the lack of Jack's knowledge. You're worried about your mum? Mirren's farm hasn't been raided since you were a lad. Jack remembered, although he had been so young he sometimes wondered if he had dreamt it. A group of Breccans had arrived one winter night, their horses turning the snow muddy in the yard. Mirren had held Jack in the corner of their house, one hand pressing his face into her chest so he couldn't see, the other wielding a sword. Jack had listened as the Breccans took what they wanted, winter provisions and livestock from the byre and a few silver marks. They broke pottery, overturned piles of Mirren's weavings. Quickly they went, as if they were underwater, holding their breaths, knowing they had only a moment before the East Guard arrived. They hadn't touched or spoken to Mirren or Jack. The two of them were inconsequential. Nor had Mirren challenged them. Calm she had been, inhaling long draws, but Jack remembered hearing the beat of her heart, swift as wings. "Why have you come home, Jack?" Torrin asked quietly. "None of us ever thought you would return. We assumed you had created a new life for yourself as a bard on the mainland." "I'm only here for a brief visit," Jack replied. "Laird Alastair asked me to return." Torrin's brows arched. "Did he now?" "Yes." "Do you know why?" "I think I know why he summoned you," Torrin said. "We've been facing a terrible trouble. It's been weighing heavily on the entire clan." Jack's pulse quickened. "I don't see how I can do anything about the Breccans' raids." "It's not the raids," Torrin replied. His eyes were glazed, as if he had seen a wraith. "No, it's something much worse than that." Jack began to feel the cold creep into his skin. He was remembering the taste of Isle-bred fear, how it felt to be lost when the land shifted. How storms could break at a moment's notice. How the folk could be benevolent one day and malevolent the next. How their capricious natures flowed like a river. This place had always been dangerous, unpredictable. Wonders bloomed alongside dreads. But nothing could prepare him for what Torrin said next. "It's our lasses, Jack," he said. "Our girls are going missing." Chapter 2. Sometime Sidra saw the ghost of Torrin's first wife sitting at the table. The visits occurred when one season ended and another began, when change could be felt in the air. Donella Tamerlane's ghost liked to bask in the morning light, dressed in leather armor and plaid, watching as Sidra stood in the kitchen by the fire, cooking breakfast for Maisie. Sometimes Sidra felt unworthy, as if Donella were assessing her. How well was Sidra caring for the daughter and husband she had left behind? But most of the time Sidra felt as if Donella was simply keeping her company, so fastened was her soul to this place, to this ground. The women, one dead and one living, were connected by love and blood and soil. Three cords that were so interwoven that Sidra was not surprised that Donella appeared to her and her alone. "I have to send Maisie to school this autumn," Sidra said as she stirred the porridge. The cottage was quiet, dusted with dawn, and the wind was just beginning to howl its morning gossip. When Donella was silent, Sidra glanced at her. The ghost sat in her favorite chair at the table, her tawny hair flowing down her shoulders. Her armor was incandescent in the light, a breath away from being wholly translucent. Donella was so beautiful it sometimes made Sidra's chest ache. The ghost shook her head, reluctant. "I know," Sidra said with a sigh. "I have been teaching her letters and how to read." But the truth was, all of the Isle children were required to attend classes in Sloane when they turned 6. Which Donella knew, despite being dead for the past 5 years. "There is a way to delay it," Donella said. Her voice was faint, a tendril of what it had once been when she was alive, although Sidra had not even been an acquaintance to her then. The two women had taken very different paths in life, and yet it had strangely led them both to the same place. "You think I should begin teaching her my craft?" Sidra asked, but she knew it was what Donella was thinking. It took her by surprise. "I always assumed that you would want Maisie to follow your legacy, Donella." The ghost smiled, but her demeanor was melancholy, even as the sunrise illuminated her. I don't see the sword in Maisie's future, but something else. Sidra slowed her stirring. She inevitably thought of Torin, who was stubborn as an ox. On their wedding night, they had sat across from each other on their bed, fully clothed, and conversed for hours about Maisie and her future. How they would raise her together. He wanted his daughter to go to school on the Isle. She would be taught everything: how to wield bow and arrow, how to read and write, how to whet a sword, how to count her numbers, how to knock a man to the ground, how to mill oats and barley, how to sing and dance and hunt. Not once had Torin mentioned Maisie learning Sidra's craft of herbs and healing. As if sensing her doubt, Danella said, "Maisie has already learned from watching you, Sidra. She enjoys tending the garden at your side. She likes to help you when you make your salves and tonics. She could become a great healer beneath your instruction." "I enjoy her company," Sidra admitted. "But I'll have to talk to Torin about it." And she didn't know when she would see him next. What she did know was Torin's dedication to the East Guard. He preferred the night shift, and he slept during the day in the dark, quiet bowels of the castle because he wanted to be in the barracks with the other guards. She understood his commitment, the thoughts that dictated his mind. Why should he, even though he was captain, be sleeping at home when his guards were sleeping in the barracks? Occasionally, he ate his dinner with her and Maisie, which meant it was their breakfast. But even then, his love and attention were given to his daughter, and Sidra did everything he had married her for to keep the croft and help him raise his child. Every now and then, before the moon had fully waxed and waned, and when Maisie was visiting her grandfather on the croft next to theirs, Torin would come to her. Their couplings were always spontaneous and brief, as if Torin only had a few moments. But he was always gentle and attentive to her, and sometimes he lingered with her in the bed, tracing the wild tangles of her hair. "I think you will see him again sooner than you think," Danella said. "And he will not deny you anything, Sidra." Sidra was stunned by that idea, thinking the ghost was exaggerating. But then Sidra wondered, well, when have I ever asked Torin for anything? And she realized that she rarely did. "All right," she said. "I'll ask him. Soon." The front door blew open. Danella, evanesced, and Sidra, startled, whirled to see none other than Torin enter the cottage, wind-blown and ruddy. His tunic was damp from dew, his boots coated in sand, and his gaze found her instantly, as if he knew exactly where she would be by the fire, stirring his daughter's breakfast. "Who were you talking to, Sid?" he asked, frowning as his eyes swept the room. "No one," she said, flustered. Torin had no idea she could see and speak with Danella, and Sidra didn't think she would ever be brave enough to tell him. "You're home." "Why?" Torin hesitated. She had never questioned why he was visiting. Of course, if he was here, he was hungry after working all night. He wanted his dinner and to hold his daughter. "I thought I'd sup with you and Maisie," he said, his voice lowering. "And I have a visitor with me." "A visitor?" Sidra dropped her spoon, intrigued. If she had been listening to the wind that morning, she might have heard the gossip it bore over the fells. But she had been preoccupied with the ghost of Torin's first love. She walked around the table, the draft stirring her unbound hair, and only stopped when a young man entered the cottage, his shoulders hunched in apparent discomfort. He held something in his arms. It looked like an instrument hiding in an oilskin sleeve, and Sidra's heart leapt in joy until she noticed how disheveled he was. He had Torin's plaid draped across his shoulders, but his garments beneath were plain and hung from him like an ill-fated fortune. He cast a long shadow, one made of worry and resentment. But these were the moments Sidra lived for. To aid and heal and unravel mysteries. "I know you," she breathed with a smile. "You're Mirren's son." The stranger blinked and straightened, astonished she had recognized him. "Jack Tamerlaine," Sidra continued, recalling his name. "I'm not certain if you remember me, but years ago, you and your mum visited my family's croft in the Vale of Stonehaven to purchase wool. My cat had gotten herself stuck in the old elm tree in our kale yard, and you were kind enough to climb up after her and bring her safely down to me." Jack still appeared bewildered, but then the lines marring his face eased and a hint of a smile played on his lips. "I do remember. Your cat nearly scratched my eyes out." Sidra laughed, and the room instantly brightened. She was a cranky old tabby. But I did care for your scratches afterward, and it seems I did a fair job at it. The chamber fell silent. Sidra was still smiling, and she felt Torrhen's gaze. She turned her attention to him only to see he was regarding her with pride, and it surprised her. Torrhen never seemed to pay any heed to her skills of healing. That was her work, as the East Guard was his, and they kept those pieces of themselves separate. Save for those rare moments when Torrhen needed stitches or to have his nose reset. Then he submitted, albeit begrudgingly, to her hands and care. "Come inside, Jack," Sidra invited, seeking to make Jack feel welcome, and Torrhen shut the front door. "I'll have breakfast on the table in a moment, but in the meantime. Torrhen, why don't you find Jack something to wear?" Torrhen motioned for Jack to follow him into the spare chamber. Most of Torrhen's garments were at the barracks, but he kept his finest raiment at the cottage in a chest lined with juniper boughs, tunics and jerkins, and the rare set of trousers, as well as several plaids. Sidra hurried to set the table, drawing forth her reserves, which she always kept within reach in case Torrhen unexpectedly joined them. She set down boiled eggs and crocks of butter and sugared cream, a wheel of goat cheese and a pot of wildflower honey, a plate of cold ham and salted herring, a loaf of bread and a jar of currant jelly, and lastly, her pot of porridge. She was pouring cups of tea when Torrhen re-emerged into the main chamber, holding Jack's instrument as if it might bite him. Sidra opened her mouth to ask him how Jack had come into his care when the bedroom door banged open and out bounded Maisie, her brown curls tangled from sleep, her bare feet slapping on the floor. "Daddy," she cried and jumped into Torrhen's arms, mindless of the instrument. "There's my sweet lass." Torrhen caught her with one arm, a broad smile on his face. Maisie settled on his hip, wrapping her arms and legs about him, as if she would never let him go. Sidra walked to them, carefully taking Jack's instrument from Torrhen, listening as father and daughter spoke to one another in their sing-song way. Torrhen asked about the flowers Maisie had planted in the kale yard, how her writing lessons were progressing, and then came the moment Sidra was waiting for. "Daddy, guess what happened?" "What happened, sweetheart?" Maisie glanced over his shoulder to meet Sidra's gaze, smiling roguishly. Spirits below, that smile, Sidra thought, her heart welling. She felt her love for Maisie so strongly she couldn't breathe for a moment. Even though the lass was not made from her own flesh and blood, Sidra imagined Maisie had been spun from her spirit. "You lost your front tooth," Torrhen said in delight, noticing the blank spot in Maisie's grin. "Aye, Daddy. But that's not what I was going to tell you." Maisie set her smile on him, and Sidra braced herself. Flossie had her kittens. Torrhen's brow rose. He looked straight to Sidra, a father who sensed he was standing in a bog. Did she now, he said, but he continued to stare at Sidra, knowing she had set this convenient trap for him. "How wonderful, Maisie." "Yes, Daddy." "And Sidra said I must ask you if I can keep them all." "Sidra said that?" Torrhen, at last, glanced back to his daughter. Sidra could feel her cheeks getting warm, but she set Jack's instrument in his chair and resumed her tea pouring. "She loves her cats, doesn't she?" "I love them too," Maisie said vibrantly. "They are so cute, Daddy. And I want to keep all of the kittens." Can I please?" Torrhen was silent for a beat. Again, Sidra could feel the heat of his gaze on her as she moved from teacup to teacup. "How many kittens are there, Maisie?" "5, Daddy." "5? I don't think you can keep them all, sweetheart," Torrhen said, to which Maisie let out a whine. "Listen to me, Maisie. What about the other crofts that need a good cat to guard the kale yards? What about the other lasses who don't have any kittens to hold and love? Why don't you share? Give 4 kittens to other lasses and keep one for yourself." Maisie slumped, scowling. Sidra decided to add her input, saying, "I think that is a great plan, Maisie. And you can always go and visit the other kittens. Do you promise, Sidra?" Maisie asked. "I promise." Maisie smiled again and wiggled her way down from Torrhen's arms. She sat in her chair, eager for breakfast, and Sidra turned back to the fire to set her kettle on the hook. She felt Torrhen approaching, then heard him whisper into her hair, "How are you ever going to have a guard dog here if the croft is overrun with cats?" Sidra straightened, felt the air pull between them. I've told you, Torin. I need no guard dog. For the 100th time, Sid. I want you to have a dog. To guard you and Maisie at night when I am away. They had argued about this for an entire season now. Sidra knew why Torin was so insistent. Every warm night that passed only heightened his anxiety about a potential raid. And if it wasn't the Breccan sparking his worries, it was the malevolent folk. Trouble had been wandering the Isle lately, in the wind and the water and the earth and the fire. 2 young girls had gone missing, and she understood why he was so persistent. Neither she nor Torin wanted to see Maisie at risk of being ushered away by a fairy spirit. But Sidra didn't believe a guard dog was the solution. A dog could scare spirits away from a yard, even the good ones. And her faith in the folk of the earth ran deep. It was because of that devotion that Sidra could heal the worst of wounds and illnesses in the East. It was why her herbs, flowers, and vegetables flourished, empowering her to nourish and heal the community and her family. If Sidra dared to bring a dog into the fold, it might convince the spirits that her faith in them was weak, and she didn't know what sort of consequences that would lend to her life. She had been raised believing in the goodness of the spirits. Torin's faith had steadily crumbled over the years, and he hardly spoke a kind word about the folk these days, intent on judging them all by the malicious few. Anytime Sidra broached the subject of the spirits with him, Torin turned cold, as if he were only half listening to her. She wondered if he blamed the spirits for Danella's untimely death. Sidra turned to meet his gaze. I have all the guard I need. And what am I to say to that? He uttered, low and angry. Because he was rarely there, he knew she wasn't speaking of him. You take offense where there is none, she said gently. Your father is next door. If there is any trouble, I will go to him. Torin drew a deep breath, but he didn't say another word about it. He only studied her, and Sidra had the prickling sensation that he could read her face and the slant of her feelings. A moment passed before he stepped away, conceding this battle for now. He sat in his straw-backed chair at the head of the table and listened as Maisie chattered about the kittens, but his eyes lingered on Sidra, as if he were seeking a way to convince her about the dog. She had almost forgotten about Jack until the spare chamber door squeaked open and Maisie, glancing at the visitor, stopped talking mid-sentence. Who are you? She blurted. Jack seemed unruffled by the girl's bluntness. He came to the table, found his chair with the instrument waiting, and sat, stiff as a board in Torin's clothes. The plaid was heavy and awkward, fastened at his shoulder. The tunic could have fit 2 of him within its generous size. I'm Jack. And you are? Maisie. That's my daddy and that's Sidra. Sidra felt Jack look at her. Sidra, not mum or mummy. But she had never made any pretense to Maisie of being her mother, no matter how young and tender the girl was. That had been part of Sidra's bargain with Torin. She would raise Maisie and love her wholeheartedly, but she would not lie and pretend she was the girl's blood mother. Every spring, Sidra would take Maisie and a handful of flowers to Danella's grave, and she would tell the lass about her mother, who had been lovely and brave and gifted with the sword. Even though it sometimes left a lump in Sidra's throat, she would tell Maisie the story of how her father and mother had trained and sparred on the castle grounds, first as rivals, but later as friends and then lovers. And how did you meet Daddy? Maisie would always ask, savoring the stories. Sometimes Sidra would tell her, sitting in the sunshine and long grass, and sometimes she would save that particular saga, which was not nearly as dashing as the ballad of Torin and Danella. But that was a story for another day. What's that? Maisie asked, pointing to Jack's instrument. A harp. Sidra realized that Jack was favoring his left hand. Are you wounded, Jack? It's nothing, Jack replied, just as Torin said, yes. Can you tend to him, Sid? Of course, Sidra said, reaching for her basket of healing supplies. Maisie, why don't you show your father the kittens? Maisie was delighted. She took hold of Torin's hand and tugged him out the back door. With their departure, the house was quiet again. Sidra approached Jack with her basket of salves and linen. May I tend to your hand? Jack turned his palm skyward. Yes. Thank you. She drew her chair close to his and began her ministrations. Gently, she washed away the sand and dirt and was just beginning to fill the cut with her healing salve when Jack spoke. "How long have you and Torin been together?" "Almost 4 years now," Sidra replied. "I married him when Maisie was just a year old." She began to wrap his hand with linen, and she could sense the queries rising in him. He was a wanderer who had just returned home, struggling to arrange the pieces of the isle together. Sidra continued, "For his sake, Torin was first married to Donella Reed. She was a fellow member of the guard. She passed away after Maisie's delivery." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Yes, it was a difficult loss." Sidra envisioned Donella and realized Jack was sitting in the ghost's chair, the sunshine pouring in from the window on the far wall. Before, the light had shone through Donella's visage, but it gilded Jack now. He looked just like Mirren, Sidra thought, which meant he must not favor his mysterious father at all. A father the gossips were still hungry to speculate about. "There," Sidra said, finishing her care. "I'm going to send you off with this bottle of salve and honey. You should dress your wound morning and night for 3 days." "Thank you," said Jack, accepting the offering. "How can I repay you for your kindness?" Sidra smiled. "I think a song would suffice, once your hand has recovered. Maisie would love to hear your music. It's been a long time since we have enjoyed such a luxury." Jack nodded, carefully flexing his fingers. "I would be honored." The back door swung open, and the windstorm that was Maisie and Torin returned. Sidra noticed that Torin had a few fresh scratches on his knuckles, from the kittens, no doubt, and a peevish gleam in his eyes. Also from the kittens. "Let's eat," he said gruffly, as if he were in a hurry. Sidra sat, and they began to pass dishes around the table. She observed that Jack ate very little, that his hands shook, that his eyes were bloodshot. She listened as Torin spoke of the Isle and realized that Jack didn't know any of the current news. He meekly asked about Laird Alistair, about the crops and the guard and the tension with the West. "I often worry about my mum, living so close to the clan line alone," he said. "It's good to hear things have been peaceful here." Sidra paused, but she met Torin's gaze. "Does Jack not know?" She was opening her mouth to say it, but Torin cleared his throat and changed the subject. Sidra relented, realizing if Jack didn't know, it wasn't her place to inform him, even though she now worried about him finding out later. As soon as the meal was over, Torin rose. "Come, Jack," he said. "I'm heading to the city and can walk you there. Best to see the Laird first, and then your mum, before the wind carries any further gossip about you." Jack nodded. Maisie began her chore of carrying cutlery and cups to the wash barrel, and Sidra followed the men to the threshold. Jack walked the path through the kale yard, down to the road, but Torin lingered. "I hope 4 of those kittens have found their new homes by the time I return," he said, partly teasing. Sidra leaned on the doorframe, the wind tangling her dark hair. "They're too young to be separated from their mother." "How much longer then?" "Another month at least." She crossed her arms and met his steady gaze with one of her own. She was testing him, of course, to see when she could next expect him to come to her, to see how much time she had to prepare her argument for keeping Maisie home. "That's a long time," he stated. "Not really." But he looked at her as if it were. "Perhaps you and Maisie can begin to find people who want the kittens." "Of course," said Sidra with a smile. "We will make the most of our time." Torin's gaze dropped to her mouth, to that wry tilt of her lips. But he turned without another word, walking the path between the herbs only to pause at the gate, running his hand through his hair. And while he didn't glance back at her, Sidra knew. He would return to her long before a month had passed. Jack remembered the way to the city of Sloane, even after 10 years of absence, but he politely waited for Torin to join him on the road, his stallion clomping behind him. The 2 men walked in companionable silence, Jack uncomfortable with the way Torin's garments swallowed him. Inwardly, he grumbled, but he also was grateful. The raiment was resilient against the wind, which was blowing from the east, dry and cold and full of whispers. Jack closed his ears to the gossip, but once or twice he imagined he heard the wayward bard is here. Soon, everyone would know he was back on the Isle, including his mother. And that was one reunion Jack was dreading. "How long do you plan to stay?" Torin asked, glancing sidelong at him. "For the summer," Jack replied, kicking a pebble from the road. Although he honestly wasn't sure how long he would be forced to be here. Torrin had mentioned that 2 girls had vanished in the past fortnight, and Jack still didn't see how he was needed for something like that, as terrible as it was. Unless Laird Alistair wanted Jack to play his harp for the clan as a way to mourn the losses, but Torrin said he still had faith the girls would be found whenever the spirits ceased their mischief and surrendered them back to the mortal realm. Whatever the Laird needed him for, Jack would do it quickly and then return to the university, where he belonged. "You have responsibilities on the mainland?" Torrin queried, as if sensing Jack's thoughts. "I do. I'm in the midst of my teaching assistants and hope to become professor within the next 5 years. That is, if this time away on Cadence didn't ruin his chances." Jack had worked long and hard to be in the position he held, teaching up to 100 students a week and grading their compositions. Unexpectedly taking a term off would now open the door for another assistant to steal his classes and possibly replace him. The mere thought made his stomach churn. They passed the croft of Torrin's father, Graham Tamerlaine, the Laird's brother. Jack noticed the kale yard was beset with brambles and the cottage looked dismal. The front door was framed with gossamer. Vines snaked across the stone walls, and Jack wondered if Torrin's father still lived there, or if he had passed away. And then he remembered that Graham Tamerlane had become a recluse in his old age and rarely left his croft. Not even for feast days in the castle hall, when all of Eastern Cadence gathered to celebrate. "Your father?" Jack asked, uncertain. "Is quite well," Torrin said, but his voice was firm, as if he didn't want to speak of his father. As if the dilapidation of Graham Tamerlane's croft was the norm. They walked onward as the road rose and fell with the lay of the hills, which were green from spring storms. Foxglove grew wild in the sun, dancing with the wind, and starling soared and trilled against a low swath of clouds. In the distance, the morning fog began to burn away, revealing a glimpse of the ocean, endlessly blue and sparkling with light. Jack soaked in the beauty, but he remained guarded against it. He didn't like the way the Isle made him feel alive and whole, as if he were a part of it, when he wanted to remain a distant observer. A mortal who could come and go as he pleased and suffer nothing for it. He thought of his classes again. His students. A few of them had burst into tears when he shared the news that he had been called away for the summer. Others had been relieved, as he was known to be one of the strictest of teaching assistants. But if a pupil was going to take his class, he wanted to ensure they had grown in skill by the end of it. His thoughts were still centered on the mainland when he and Torrin reached Sloane. The city was just as Jack remembered. The road had been transformed into smooth cobbles winding between the buildings, houses built close to each other, their walls made of stone and cob with thatched roofs. Smoke rose from the forges, the market brimmed with activity, and the castle sat in the heart of it, a fortress made of dark stones dressed in banners. The sigil of the Tamerlanes snapped from the parapets, betraying which wind blew that afternoon. "I think a few people are happy to see you, Jack," Torrin said. Caught off guard by that statement, Jack began to pay attention. People were noticing him as he passed. Old fishermen sitting beneath canopies, mending their nets with gnarled hands. Bakers carrying baskets of warm bannocks. Milkmaids with their swinging pails. Lads with wooden swords, and lasses toting books and quivers of arrows. The blacksmiths between strikes on their anvils. He didn't slow his pace, and no one dared to stop him. Most of all, he didn't expect to witness their excitement, their smiles as they watched him pass. "I have no idea why," Jack said dryly to Torrin. As a boy, he had been disliked and mistreated because of his status. If Mirren had sent him into town to buy some bread, the baker would give him the burnt loaf. If Mirren asked him to bargain for a new pair of boots in the market, the cobbler would give him a used pair with worn leather thongs that would break before the winter snows had melted. If Mirren gave him a silver mark to buy a honey cake, he would be given the sweet after it had fallen on the ground. Bastard followed him in whispers, more than his own name. Some of the wives in the market would study Jack's face to compare against their husbands, wondering and suspicious despite the fact that Jack was an unforgiving reflection of his mother, and unfaithfulness was rare in Cadence. When Mirren began weaving enchanted plaids, The people who had snubbed Jack suddenly became a little kinder, because no one could rival Mirren's handiwork, and she suddenly knew everyone's darkest secrets while they had yet to learn hers. But by then he had begun carrying every slight around like a bruise in his spirit. He had provoked fights at school, broken windows with rocks, refused to bargain with certain people when Mirren sent him to the market. For him, it was bizarre now to acknowledge how eager the clan was to see him, as if they had been waiting for the day he would return home as a bard. "This is where I leave you, Jack," Torrin said when they reached the castle courtyard. "But I suppose I'll see you again soon?" Jack nodded, stiff with nerves. "Thank you again for breakfast. And the clothes. I'll have them returned as soon as I'm able." Torrin waved away his gratitude and led his horse into the stable. Jack was admitted into the castle by a set of guards. The hall was lonely and quiet, a place for ghosts to gather. Thick shadows hung in the rafters and in the corners. The only light streamed in through the arched windows, casting bright squares on the floor. The trestle tables were coated in dust, the benches tucked beneath them. The hearth was cold and swept clean of ashes. Jack remembered visiting with Mirren every full moon to feast and listen to Lorna Tamerlaine, Bard of the East and the wife of the Laird, play her harp and sing. Once a month, this hall had been a lively place, a place for the clan to come together for fellowship after a day of work. The tradition must have ceased with her unexpected death 5 years ago, Jack thought, sorrowful. And there was no bard on the Isle to take her place, to carry the songs and legends of the clan. He walked the length of the hall to the steps of the dais, not realizing the Laird was standing there, watching his approach. A grand tapestry of moons, hearts, and mountains covered the wall in glorious color and intricate detail. Alistair seemed woven into the tapestry until he moved, catching Jack by surprise. "Jack Tamerlaine," the Laird said in greeting. "I didn't believe the wind this morning, but I must say the sight of you is much welcome." Jack knelt in submission. The last time he had seen the Laird had been the eve of his departure. Alistair had stood beside him on the shore, his hand on Jack's shoulder as he prepared to board the sailor's boat to cross over to the mainland. Jack hadn't wanted to appear afraid in his Laird's presence. Alistair was a great man, in stature and character, imposing even though he was prone to smile and quick to laugh, and so Jack had boarded the sailor's boat, holding in his tears until the isle had faded, melting into the night sky. This was not the man who greeted Jack now. Alistair Tamerlaine was wan and gaunt, his clothes hanging loose from his narrow frame. His hair, once dark as raven feathers, was bedraggled, a dull shade of gray, and his eyes had lost their luster, even as he smiled at Jack. His thunderous voice was hoarse, made from shallow breath. He looked weary, like a man who had been at battle for years without respite. "My Laird," Jack said in a wavering tone. Was this the purpose of his summoning? Because death stalked the ruler of the East? Jack waited, bowing his head as Alistair drew close. He felt the Laird's hand on his shoulder, and he lifted his eyes. His shock must have been evident, because Alistair let out a rasp of laughter. "I know, I am much changed since you last saw me, Jack. Years can do that to a man. Although time on the mainland has been good to you." Jack smiled, but it failed to reach his eyes. He felt a flare of anger at Torrin, who should have mentioned the Laird's health that morning at breakfast, when Jack had inquired after him. "I have returned, sir, as you have asked me to. How may I serve you?" Alistair was quiet. He blinked, a crease of confusion in his brow, and in that swell of silence, Jack was overcome with dread. "I wasn't expecting you, Jack. I didn't ask you to return." The harp in Jack's arms became a millstone. He continued to kneel, gazing blankly up at the Laird, his thoughts scattering. It hadn't been Alistair, although his signet ring had been used in the letter. "Who summoned me?" As tempted as he was to shout his frustrations into the hall, he remained silent. But a glimmer of movement answered him. From the corner of his eye, he saw someone emerge onto the dais, as if she had come from the moonlit mountains of the tapestry. Tall and slender, she wore a dress the color of storm clouds, and a red plaid shawl framed her shoulders. Her raiment whispered as she moved, drawing closer to where he knelt. Jack's gaze was riveted to her. Her face, freckled and angular, with high cheeks that carved into a sharp jaw, evoked not beauty but reverence. She was flushed, as though she had been walking among the parapets, challenging the wind. Her hair was the color of the moon, bound in an array of braids that were pinned together as a crown. Tucked within them were small thistle blooms, as if stars had fallen upon her. As if she held no fear of their sting. He saw a shadow of the girl she had once been. The lass he had chased over the hills one chaotic spring night and challenged for a handful of thistles. Adaira. She stared at him, still on his knee, as he stared at her. His shock burned away, replaced by indignation that blazed so fiercely he couldn't breathe when he thought about what he had surrendered to come home. His title, his reputation, the culmination of years of dedication and hard work. Gone like smoke in the breeze. All this he had given up not for his laird, which he could justify, but for her and her whims. She sensed it in him, the heart of the wild boy who had chased her, now older and harder. His mounting ire. Adaira responded with a cold, victorious smile. Chapter 3. Jack Tamerlaine. Adaira greeted him. Her voice was nothing like he remembered. If he had heard it in the dark, he would have assumed she was a stranger. What a surprise to see you here. Jack said nothing. He didn't trust himself to speak, but he refused to break their gaze, as she seemed eager to make him do. I forget the two of you are old friends, Alistair said, pleased. He held his arm out to his daughter, and she drew even closer, so close that her shadow almost spilled over Jack in his obedient stance. Indeed, said Adaira, breaking her stare with Jack to bestow a softer, genuine smile upon her father. I should reacquaint him with the Isle, since he has been away for so long. I don't think Jack began to protest, defiant, until Alistair looked at him with an arched brow. I think that is a wonderful plan, the laird said. Unless you oppose it, Jack? Jack did oppose it. But he shook his head, swallowing his words, which caught like thorns in his throat. Excellent. Adaira turned that sharp smile upon him again. She had noticed the twist in his voice, the discomfort she had inspired. She didn't seem to care. No, she seemed to welcome it, and she motioned for Jack to rise, as if she held the power to command him. And yet, didn't she? She had made him break his prior commitments to rush home. He might have been on the mainland for the past decade, forming himself into the mold of a bard and forgetting his ties to Cadence. But in that instant, looking at Adaira, he remembered his upbringing. He felt the last name he wore like a cloak, the only name that would claim him, even at his very worst, and he knew that his deepest allegiance was to her and her family. He stood. I hope you can grace my hall with your music soon, Jack, Alistair said, stifling a deep, wet cough. It would be an honor, Jack replied. His concern heightened when Alistair pressed a knuckle to his lips, his eyes shut as if his chest ached. Go and rest, Adaira said, touching his arm. Alistair regained his composure and lowered his hand, smiling at his daughter. But it was a weary smile, a facade, and he kissed Adaira's brow before he departed. Come with me, Jack. Adaira turned and strode through a secret door, one he would have never noticed. Incensed, he had no choice but to chase after her through branching corridors, his eyes boring into those fair braids of hers and the thistles she wore like jewels. I should have known it was her. He almost let out a scathing laugh, but stifled it just as Adaira led him into the inner garden. He came to a sudden halt on the moss-spangled flagstones, nearly bumping into her. Once, she had been taller than him. He was pleased to discover he had a full hand-width of height on her now. He watched with heavy-lidded eyes as she faced him. They were silent, the air fraught between them. You didn't know it was me, she said at last, amused. You didn't even cross my mind, he replied in a clipped tone. Although I should have known you would have no shame in forging your father's signature. I take it you also stole the signet ring from his hand? Did you do it while your father slept? Or did you drug him? You were very thorough with your crime, I must say, or else I wouldn't be standing here. Then what a relief that I went to such lengths, she said, so calmly it threw him off balance. He realized she was bringing out the worst in him. He was acting as if he were 11 again, and the shock of that made him fall into a furious silence, worried he would say something he would regret. That is, until she added, I wouldn't have called you home if I didn't have a purpose for you. You speak of purpose, he countered, stepping closer to her. He could smell the faint trace of lavender on her skin. He could see the ring of hazel in her blue eyes. How dare you say such a thing to me when you've dragged me away from my obligations and my duties? When you have interrupted my life without remorse? What do you want with me, Adaira? What do you want? Tell me so I can do it and be gone from here. She held her composure, intently staring at him. It almost felt as if she could see through him, beyond flesh and bones and veins, down to his very essence. As if she was measuring his worth. Jack shifted away, uncomfortable with her attentiveness and her silence. How cold and placid she was in the face of his smoldering wrath, as if his reaction was unfolding as she planned. I have much to tell you, Jack. But none can be spoken in the open, where the wind might steal the words from my lips, she said, inviting him to keep pace with her as she began to walk the winding garden path. It's been a while since I last saw you. He didn't want to reflect on that final moment between them, but it was inevitable, because she was looking at him, daring him to dredge it back up. And she had brought him here, to the garden, where it had happened. The last time he had seen Adaira had been the night before he left Cadence. Mirren was speaking with Alistair and Lorna at the castle, and Jack had wandered, morose and angry, into the starlit garden. Adaira had also been there, of course, and Jack had reveled in hurling pebbles at her through the roses, startling and then irritating her until she had found his hiding place. But she hadn't responded as he expected, which had been to run away to tattle on him. She had taken hold of his tunic and challenged him, and they had wrestled amongst the vines and flowers, crushing the blooms and muddying their clothes. Jack had been surprised by how strong she was, how viciously she fought, as if she had been waiting for someone to match her. Her nails drew his blood, her elbows bruised his ribs. Her hair stung his face. It had roused strange feelings within him. Adaira had fought as though she knew exactly how he felt, as if they were mirrors of each other. But that was ridiculous, because she had everything he didn't. She was adored, and he was reviled. She was the clan's joy, while he was the nuisance. And when he remembered that, he had striven to triumph in the match, pinning her beneath him on the garden path. But he drew back when he saw his fury reflected in her eyes. It was then she had said to him, "Your parting words to me were that you despised my existence, and that I sullied the Tamerlaine name, and that you hoped that I never returned to the Isle." Jack drawled, as if those words had meant nothing to him then. For some strange reason, they made him ache now, as if Adaira's farewell had seeped into his bones. But then again, he had never been one to forgive and forget easily. Adaira was silent as she walked, listening to him. "I'm sorry for the words I spoke that night," she said, catching him by surprise. "And now you know why I had no choice but to forge my father's order, because you would have never returned for me." "You're right," he said, and her eyes narrowed. He wasn't sure if her mistrust was sparked by his honesty or the fact that he was agreeing with her. "I would have never returned for you alone, Adaira." As I just said, she spoke through her teeth. At last, Jack thought as he slowed his pace. At last he had roused her temper. He said in a smug tone, "But only because I have built a life for myself on the mainland." Adaira paused on the path. "A life as a bard?" "Yes, but there's more to it than that. I'll soon be a professor at the university." "You're teaching now?" "Hundreds of students a term," he replied. "Endless music has passed through my hands over the past decade, most of it my own creation." "That's quite the accomplishment," she said, but he noticed how the light in her eyes dimmed. "Do you enjoy teaching?" "Of course I do," he said, although sometimes he also thought that he hated it. He was not one of the adored assistants, and every blue moon he dreamt of casting off all the expectations that sat heavy on him. Sometimes he imagined becoming a traveling bard who drank lore and spun it into song. He imagined gathering stories and reawakening places that were half dead and forgotten. And he wondered if remaining at the university, held within stone and glass and structure, was more akin to being a bird, held captive in an iron cage. But these were dangerous thoughts. It must be the Isle blood in him. To crave a life of risk and little responsibility. To let the wind carry him from place to place. Jack suddenly dashed these reveries, worried that Adaira might see them in his expression. So now you can understand why it was very difficult for me to leave my life's work for a mysterious purpose. And I want to know why you summoned me home. What do you want with me, heiress? Let me first say this, she said, and Jack braced himself. You are a bard, and I am not your keeper. You are not tethered to me. You are free to come and go as you please, and if you want to leave the Isle tonight and return to the mainland, then leave, Jack. I will find another to fulfill my request. She fell silent, but Jack sensed there was more. He patiently waited for it. But if I am honest, Adaira continued, holding his gaze, I need you. The clan needs you. We have been waiting 10 long years for you to return home to us, and so I would ask you to stay and aid us in our time of need. Jack was astonished by her words. He stood frozen, staring at her. A terrible voice within him whispered, leave. He thought of the winding corridors of the university, full of light and music. He thought of his students, their smiles, and their determination to master the instruments he set into their hands. Leave. It was tempting, but her words were far more enticing. She claimed that she needed him in particular, and he was curious now. He wanted to know why, and he took a step forward, following her once again. She led him into a small inner chamber, devoid of windows. A room in which to discuss sensitive topics, he knew, as there was no chance of the wind stealing the words spoken there. A host of candles burned on a table, and flames crackled in the hearth, shedding light. Jack stood by the closed door as Adaira approached a table and poured them each a dram of whiskey. When she brought the drink to him, he hesitated, even as the firelight caught the glass, casting her hand in amber. Is this a peace offering or a bribe? He asked, brow arched. Adaira smiled. It was genuine, crinkling the corners of her eyes. A bit of both, perhaps? I thought you might enjoy a taste of the Isle. I hear mainland fare is quite dull. Jack accepted the offering, but then he realized she was waiting for him to make a toast. He cleared his throat and said, a bit gruffly, to the east. To the east, she echoed, clinking her glass with his. And she waited until he had taken his first sip of the whiskey, which curled down his throat like a flame of ancient fire, to add, welcome home, my old menace. Jack coughed. His eyes watered and his nose burned, but he held himself together and merely winced at her. This is not my home anymore, he almost said, but the words melted when she smiled at him again. Adaira moved to sit in a leather chair, pointing to an empty one across from hers. Have a seat, Jack. Whatever she had to ask of him must be truly wretched if she had to ply him with whiskey and order him to sit. Jack relented, sitting on the edge of the cushion, as if he might need to bolt at any moment. He laid his harp across his lap, weary from toting it around. She was gazing at him again, her fingertip tracing the rim of her glass. He took that quiet moment to study her in return. In particular, her hands. There were no rings on her fingers. But sometimes partners didn't wear rings to signify their vows. Sometimes they broke a golden coin and each wore a half of it around their neck, and so Jack's eyes traveled upward. Her dress was cut square, exposing the valleys of her collarbones. Her throat was bare, no necklace hung about it. He presumed Adaira was still unwed, which surprised him. You're exactly how I imagined you to be, Jack, she said, and his eyes snapped back to hers. I haven't changed, he asked. In some ways, yes. But in others, I think I would know you anywhere. She downed her whiskey, as if the confession had made her feel vulnerable. Jack watched as she swallowed, uncertain how to reply. He kept his face poised as he drained the rest of his drink. More, she asked. No. Your hand's bandaged. Are you hurt? Jack flexed it. The pain from the cut had faded considerably, thanks to Sidra's care. Just a scratch. The folk of the sea weren't very welcoming. Adaira rolled her lips together, as if she wanted to say something else, but decided against it. Should you tell me now, heiress? Jack asked. His stomach was beginning to ache, wondering why Adaira needed him. He wanted to get this over with and be gone. Yes, said Adaira, crossing her legs. He caught a glimpse of her calf, the mud on her boots. I suspected you enjoyed your life on the mainland since you never visited us here, and as you have many responsibilities at your university, let me be frank. I don't know how long I will need you. Surely you have some idea, he said, tamping down his irritation. He lived by a schedule and hated to imagine floating through time. A week? A month? If I'm not back in time for the autumn term, I'll lose my position at the university. I truly don't know, Jack, Adaira replied. There are many factors at play, ones beyond my control. Jack's first assumption was that she had called him home to play for her father, since the laird looked gravely ill, which meant that Adaira was about to ascend as laird herself. Jack felt a pang of awe, imagining her crowned. His eyes traced the thistle blossoms tucked within her braids. You saw Torrin earlier, yes? Adaira asked. Jack frowned. I did. How did you? The wind, she said, as if he should remember how it gossiped. Did my cousin tell you about the two lasses who have gone missing? Yes. But he didn't provide much detail, other than that he believes the spirits are at fault. Adaira glanced across the room, her face solemn. 2 weeks ago, 8-year-old Eliza Elliott went missing on her walk home from school. We searched acres of land, from the school to her family's croft, but we found little trace of her. Only a few places in the grass and heather, where it looked like she walked, only to vanish. She paused, her eyes returning to his. I'm sure you remember the ways of the Isle, Jack. He did. He remembered the perks as well as the dangers of straying from Cadence roads. The roads were pathways that resisted enchantments. The spirits couldn't influence the roads, but they could toy with the grass and rocks and wind and water and trees of the Isle. They could turn 3 hills into 1 and 1 hill into 4, but even then, there were ways of knowing the lay of the land, and which parts of it were prone to shift, and which landmarks remained fixed. Many children who didn't know that secret map had gotten lost for hours if they wandered from the road. You believe the folk have tricked her? Jack questioned. Adaira nodded. Not a week after her disappearance, another lass went missing. Annabel Ranald. Her mother says she went to tend to the sheep one afternoon and never returned. She is only 10 years old. And we searched all the way to the northern coast. We searched their croft, every cave and loch, the hills and the glens, but there is no sign of her, save for a trail in a patch of heather that ends abruptly. As it was with Eliza's disappearance, like a portal had opened to them. Jack raked his hand through his hair. This is troubling, and I'm sorry to hear of it. But I don't know how I can help in this endeavor. Adaira hesitated. What I am about to tell you must remain between us, Jack. Do you agree to hold this confidence? I agree. And yet she still faltered, doubtful. It irked him, and he said, You don't trust me? If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have called you home for this, she countered. He waited, all of his attention bent upon her, and she released a deep sigh. When my mum was still living, she used to tell me the most vivid stories, Adaira began. Stories about the spirits, about the folk of the earth and the water. I enjoyed her tales and held them close to my heart, but I never thought too deeply about them. Not until after she had died and my father fell ill and I realized I was about to be alone, the last of my blood. Not until Eliza Elliott went missing. Torrin and I both went to my father to seek his advice. For it was evident to us that someone in the clan must have done something to upset the spirits, and the folk had taken one of our own to punish us for it. My father instructed Torrin to continue searching the east with his mortal strength, his eyes and his ears and his hands, to be ready at any moment for a spirit portal to open and lead him to the other side. But after Torrin was dismissed, Midas spoke to me alone. He asked me to recount one of my mum's stories, the legend of Lady Reem of the Sea, which my mum often sang to us in the hall. So I did, although I hadn't thought of my mum's stories in years, for the pain they bring me. And yet even as I thought of Reem rising from the foam of the tides, I still didn't grasp what my father was hoping I would understand on my own. It took me a few more stories before I saw it. She paused. Jack was transfixed. And what was that, Adaira? That in my mum's stories and songs, she could describe the spirits in perfect detail. How they looked in appearance, how their voices sounded, how they moved and danced, as if she had seen them manifested. Jack instantly thought of the woman in the sea, how her hair had tickled his face. He shivered. And had she? Yes, Adaira whispered. It was something only she and my father knew. A bard can draw the spirits in their manifested forms, but only with a harp and their mortal voice. Old knowledge passed down on the isle for many years, kept hidden by the laird and bard out of respect for the folk. Why would your mother need to sing for them? Jack said, his palms beginning to perspire. I asked my father this very question, and he told me that it was a way to ensure our survival in the East. We remained in good favor with the spirits, he said, because her worship pleased them, and they in turn ensured that our crops grew twofold, and the water ran clean from the mountains into the lochs, and the fire always burned through the darkest and coldest of nights, and the wind didn't carry our words over the clan line to our enemies. Jack shifted. He felt the weight of her words. He knew why she had summoned him now, and yet he wanted her to say it to him. Why have you called me home, Adaira? She held his gaze, her face flushing. I need you to play one of my mother's ballads on your harp. I need you to invite the spirits of the sea to manifest, so I may speak with them about the missing lasses. I believe they can help me find Annabelle and Eliza. He was silent, but his heart resounded like thunder, and his mind spun like leaves caught in a whirlwind. I have a few concerns about this, Adaira, Jack said. Tell me then. What if the spirits answer the music, but they're malevolent toward us? He asked. For while he worried about his own well-being, he was even more concerned about hers. She was the sole heiress, the only child of the laird. If something befell her, the East would be bewildered. Jack didn't want that on his hands, to witness the spirits of the sea drown her. We'll play at night. When the moon and stars shine on the water, Adaira said, as if she had anticipated that he would ask this. When the spirits of the sea are easily mollified. Jack's dismay didn't ease. He recalled the sound of fingernails tapping on the hull of the fisherman's boat, seeking a weak spot. The dim figure of the woman in the water, laughing at him as he desperately swam to shore. Did he truly desire to reel that spirit to him like a fish on a hook? To sing up that dangerous being? So he tried once more and asked, what if they don't come to the sound of my music, my voice? What if they remember their fondness and respect for your mum and refuse to answer me, a bard who has been ousted by the clan? You were never ousted by us, Adaira said, intently watching him. And then she whispered, are you afraid, Jack? Yes, he thought, desperately. No, he said. Because I will be there with you, at your side, she said. My father was always with my mother when she played. I won't let anything befall you. It was strange how much he believed her in that moment, given their troubled history. But her confidence was like wine, softening him. He could see why the clan adored her, followed her, worshipped her. Perhaps this will grant you clarity, Adaira continued. Maida explained it to me like this. My mother couldn't play with a skeptical heart. The folk came not just to hear the music, but to be adored by her. Because that is what they desire from us. Our praise, our faith, our trust in them. Jack's initial reaction was to scoff. How could he praise the beings that were stealing girls? But he swallowed his retort, remembering Mirren's old stories. Not all spirits were bad. Not all spirits were good. To be safe, it was wise to fear them all. He didn't want to believe what Adaira was telling him, and his mainland opinions rose up in his mind. But then he thought, if she's right and the spirits relinquish the lasses, I can return to the university within the week. Very well, he said. I will play this for you and for the clan. For the two missing lasses. Where is your mother's music? Adaira rose and led him to a southern turret of the castle, up a stairwell, and into a spacious chamber Jack had never seen before. The walls were carved deep with shelves, crowded with illuminated books, and the floor was black and white checkered marble, polished so fine it caught his reflection as if he stood on water. 3 large windows let in rivers of sunshine, and there was an oaken table, covered in parchment, inkpots, and quills. In the center of the room was a grand harp, exquisitely crafted. The strings gleamed in the light, aching to be played. Jack walked to it, unable to take his eyes from the instrument. He knew who it had once belonged to. As a boy, he had listened to her play it in the hall. Reverently, he traced the shoulder of the harp, and he thought of Lorna. This harp has been well maintained, he said. He had expected to find it dust-ridden, its frame cracked by the weight of strings. Do you play? And he couldn't explain why the mere thought of Adaira sitting at this harp, her fingers rendering music, made his breath catch. Very little, Adaira confessed. Years ago, my mum taught me how to care for the instrument, how to pluck a few scales. Unfortunately, the music never took to my hands. Jack watched as she sorted through heaps of parchment on the table, eventually bringing a few sheets to him. It was a ballad, the song of the tides. And even though the notes and lyrics were silent on the parchment, waiting for breath and voice and fingers to rouse them to life, a warning swelled within him the longer he entertained the music in his mind. Something about it felt dangerous. He couldn't fully describe it, but his blood recognized the threat swiftly, felt the bite of its unsung power. Chills swept over his skin. "I'm going to need some time to prepare," he said. "How much time?" Adaira asked. "Give me 2 days to study it. That will give my hand time to heal, and I should be ready to play by then." She nodded. He couldn't tell if she was pleased or disappointed with his answer, but he sensed a fraction of the weight she was carrying as the heiress of the East. He didn't envy her status or her power as he had once. "And where will I be playing this?" he asked. "On the shore," Adaira replied. "We can meet at midnight, 2 nights from now at Kelpie Rock. You remember where to find it." It was the place where they had once swum for countless hours as children. Jack wondered if Adaira was choosing it because the rock held strong memories for them both. He vividly recalled bobbing on the waves as a lad and racing her to the shore, eager to beat her. "Of course," he said. "I haven't forgotten my way around the isle." She only smiled. Jack was carefully folding Lorna's music into his harp case when Adaira said, "I suppose you are eager to see Mirren?" He bit back a sarcastic retort. "Aye. Since you're done with me, I'll be heading that way to visit her." "She'll be overjoyed to see you," Adaira stated. Jack said nothing, but his heart felt like stone. When he had first arrived at the mainland school, his mother had written him once a month. He had gone to a broom closet and wept every time her words had arrived. Reading of the Isle roused his longing to return home, and he often skipped his music classes, hoping his professors would send him back. They hadn't, of course, because they were determined to see him flourish there. The wild Isle-born lad who would have had no proper last name if not for the generosity of his laird. As the years passed, Jack had finally given himself up to the music, falling deeper and deeper into that world, and Mirren's letters had become more and more infrequent, until they only arrived annually, when the leaves turned gold and the frost fell, and he had aged another year. "I have no doubt," Jack said, and this time the sarcasm bled into his voice. Adaira must have noticed, but she didn't make a remark. "Thank you for your help, Jack," she said. "Would you also be able to meet with me again tomorrow at noontide?" "I don't see why not." Adaira tilted her head, gazing at him. "You are quite overjoyed to be home, aren't you, my old menace?" "This place was never my home," he said. She made no reply to that comment, but her eyes softened. "Then I'll see you tomorrow." He watched her leave. He stood in the music chamber for a few minutes more to soak in the solitude. The light was beginning to fade. He felt how late the hour was, and he knew he couldn't delay the inevitable. It was time for him to see Mirren. Jack once reveled in the swiftness of hill travel. As a boy, he had been quick to learn which summits flattened and which ones multiplied, which rivers changed course and which locks vanished, which trees moved and which ones held steady. He knew how to find his way back to the road should the folk succeed in tricking him. But it might have been foolish of him to think that would still be the case a decade later. The Isle looked nothing like he remembered. He pressed west as he walked the fells, Torrens boots wearing blisters on his heels, and suddenly the land around him was wild and endless. He might have once loved this place and its many faces, but he was a stranger to it now. 1 kilometer stretched into 2. The hills turned steep and merciless. He slipped on a slope of shale and cut his knees. He walked for what felt like hours, searching for a road, until afternoon gave way to evening, and the shadows around him turned cold and blue. He had no idea where he was as the stars began to burn. The southern wind blew, carrying a tangle of whispers. Jack was too distracted to pay attention, his heart beating in his throat as a storm broke overhead. He pressed on through mud puddles and streams. It would be easy for a young lass to get lost here, he thought. He reminded himself how much he had grown to hate this place and its unpredictability, and he eventually came to a halt, drenched and angry. Take me. He dared the spirits who were toying with him. The wind, the earth, the water, and the fire. He challenged the glens and the mountains and the bottomless trickling pools, every corner of the isle that sprawled before him, gleaming with rain. The fire and the stars, the whisper of the wind. If they had ushered the girls away for their own amusement, why did they hesitate with him? He waited, but nothing happened. The gale chased the clouds, and the sky teemed with constellations again, as if the storm had never been. Jack trudged onward. Gradually, he began to recognize his surroundings, and he found the western road once more. He was almost to Mirren's. His mother lived on the edge of the community, where the threat of a raid was constant, even in summer. Despite the risk the Breccans posed, Mirren had insisted on remaining there. She had grown up an orphan until a widow took her as an apprentice to teach her the craft of weaving. This house and land were hers now, her only inheritance, the widow having long since perished. Jack could soon see firelight in the distance, escaping through closed shutters. It drew him off the road, where he found the narrow path that wound to Mirren's front yard as easily as if he had walked it yesterday, the grass whisking against his knees. The air smelled sweet from bog myrtle and sharp from smoke, which streamed from the chimney, smudging the stars. All too soon, he reached the yard gate. Jack stepped inside it, his eyes sweeping the ground in the dim light. He could see row after row of vegetables ripe from warm days. He remembered all the hours he had knelt in the soil as a boy, tilling and planting and harvesting. How he had complained about it, opposing everything Mirren had asked him to do. He was stricken with nerves as he approached her door. There was an offering for the folk of the earth on the threshold, a small bannock, now soggy from the rain, and 2 acorn cups of jam and butter. Jack took care not to bump them, unsurprised that the pious Mirren had set out a gift. He knocked, shivering. A moment passed, and he began to consider sleeping in the byre beside the cottage, or even in the storehouse with the winter provisions. He was about to retreat when his mother answered the door. Their gazes met. In that frozen second, 100 things tore through Jack's mind. Of course, she wouldn't be happy to see him. All the heartache he had given her as a wild boy, all the trouble, all the Jack, Mirren breathed, as if she had been waiting all day for him to knock. She must have heard the wind speak of him. Jack felt a rush of guilt that he hadn't come to see her first. He stood awkwardly before her, uncertain what to say, wondering why his throat felt narrow at the sight of her. She was still as trim as she had been in the days before, but her face appeared gaunt, her cheeks hollow. Her hair, which had been the same shade as his, boasted more silver at her temples. "Is it really you, Jack?" she asked. "Yes, Mum," he said. "It's me." She opened the door wider so the light would spill over him. She embraced him so tightly he thought he might snap, and he was overwhelmed by her joy. He had spent countless years resenting her for the secrets she kept, for never telling him who his father was. But the knot in his chest began to ease the longer she held him. He sagged in crushing relief at her warm response, but his harp remained between them, as if it were a shield. Mirren drew back, eyes glistening. "Oh, let me look at you." Radiant, she studied him, and he wondered how much he had changed. If she saw herself in him now, or maybe a trace of his nameless father. "I know, I'm too thin," he said, flushing. "No, Jack. You are perfect. Although I must dress you in better garments." She laughed in delight. "I'm so surprised to see you. I wasn't expecting you to visit until you had finished your teaching assistance. What brings you home?" "I was summoned by the laird," Jack replied. Not quite a lie, but he didn't want to bring up Adaira yet. "That is good of you, Jack. Come in," she beckoned. "It looks like the storm caught you." "Yes," he said. "I got lost on the way here, or else I would have arrived sooner." "Perhaps you shouldn't travel by hill for a while," Mirren said, shutting the door behind him. Jack only snorted. It was strange how his mother's cottage hadn't changed. It looked exactly the way it had the day he left. The loom still commanded the main chamber. It had been here before the cottage, the loom built from timber harvested from the nearby Aithwood. Jack's attention drifted away from it, touching the stretch of rug made of woven grass, the clutter of mismatched furniture, the baskets of dyed yarn and folds of freshly woven plaids and shawls. The hearth was adorned with a chain of dried flowers and a family of silver candlesticks. A cauldron of soup simmered over the fire. The ceiling rafters were dappled from Jack's slingshot. He looked up at the small dents in the wooden beams and fondly remembered how he had sprawled on the hassock, shooting at the ceiling with river stones. "Jack," Mirren said, stifling a cough. The sound of that wet cough roused bad memories for Jack, and he looked at her. She was wringing her hands. Her face suddenly looked pale in the firelight. "What is it, Mum?" He watched her swallow. "There's someone I want you to meet." Mirren paused, glancing at his old bedroom door, which was closed. "Come out, Frey." Jack was frozen as he watched the bedchamber door swing open. Out walked a young lass, barefoot and shyly beaming, her long auburn hair tamed by 2 braids. Jack's initial thought was that she was Mirren's apprentice. But the girl came right to Mirren, wrapping her arms around his mother in a terribly familiar way. The little stranger smiled up at Jack, her eyes brightly curious. No, this cannot be." His heart beat wildly with shock the longer he beheld the lass. His gaze rose to Mirren. His mother was unable to hold his stare. Her hand trembled as she stroked the girl's copper braids. And then came her words that pierced Jack like a sword, and it took everything within him not to double over as Mirren said, "Jack, this is your younger sister, Frida." Chapter 4. Jack's bones were leaden as he stared at the girl, his sister, and somehow managed to say, "It's nice to meet you, Frida. I'm Jack." "Hello." Frey smiled, her cheeks marked by 2 dimples. "You can call me Frey, actually. All of my friends do." Jack nodded. His face felt hot. He couldn't swallow. "Mum told me I have an older brother who's a bard," his sister continued. "She said you'd return soon, but we didn't know when. I've dreamt of meeting you." Jack forced a smile. It felt more like a grimace, and he narrowed his eyes at Mirren, who was finally looking at him, a pained expression on her face. "Frey," she said, clearing her throat. "Why don't you go and sleep in my room tonight? You can see Jack tomorrow at breakfast." "Yes, Mum," Frey replied in a dutiful tone, her arms falling away from Mirren's waist. "Good night, Jack." He didn't respond. He couldn't find the words in time, even as she grinned once more at him, like he was a hero in a story she'd been hearing about for years. Frey slipped into Mirren's bedchamber, latching the door behind her. Jack stood, quiet as stone, staring at the place where she'd been. "Are you hungry?" Mirren asked, tentatively. "I left soup on the fire for you." "No." He had been starving up until that moment. Now his stomach was churning, his appetite gone. He had never felt more uncomfortable or out of place in his life, and his eyes swept toward the front door, seeking an escape route. "I can sleep in the bar tonight." "What?" "No, Jack," Mirren said firmly, standing in his path. "You can have your old room. But it belongs to Frey now." Frey, his little sister, whose entire existence Mirren had kept concealed from him. He gritted his teeth, felt the sting of his palm as his fingers curled inward. Before his mother could speak again, Jack hissed, "Why didn't you tell me about her?" "I wanted to, Jack," Mirren replied in a low voice. She seemed to worry Frey might overhear them. "I wanted to. I didn't know how to tell you." He continued to regard her coldly. He wanted to leave, and Mirren must have sensed it. She stretched out her hand to him, gently touching his face. He flinched, even as he longed to see and feel her love for him. The love he had seen in her hands when she had touched Frey's hair. Effortless and natural. He felt the years that had been lost between them now, like a limb torn away. Time that could never be regained, time that had encouraged them to grow apart. Mirren might have given him life and raised him the first 11 years, but the mainland professors and their music had shaped him into who he was now. Mirren's hand fell away. Her dark eyes glistened with sorrow, and he worried she was about to weep. His throat was still aching, but he managed to say, "I would appreciate some dry clothes, if you have them." "Yes, of course," Mirren said, her posture easing with visible relief, as if she had been holding her breath. "Yes, I have clothes ready for you. I always hoped you would return, and so in here, Jack." She strode into his bedroom. Jack stiffly followed. He watched as Mirren opened the wooden trunk at the foot of the bed. She withdrew a stack of perfectly folded garments. A fawn-colored tunic and a green plaid. "I made these for you," she said, staring down at the raiment. "I had to guess how tall you'd be, but I think I imagined right." Jack accepted the clothes. "Thank you," he said, the words clipped. He was numb with shock and irritated from wearing Torrens' oversized, drenched clothes all day. He was hungry and tired and overwhelmed by the knowledge of Frey, by the request Adaira had made of him. He needed a moment alone. Mirren must have sensed it. She left without another word, closing the door behind her. Jack sighed, dropping his guise. His face grooved in pain, and he closed his eyes, drawing in long, deep breaths until he felt strong enough to survey his old room. A candle burned on his writing desk, washing the stone walls in faint light. His childhood storybooks were lined up in a row. He wondered if Frey had read them by now. He was surprised to find his slingshot still hanging on a nail in the wall, alongside a small tapestry that must have belonged to his sister. A reed mat covered the floor, and the bed sat in one corner, draped in his childhood blanket. Mirren had woven it for him, a warm covering to ward off the chilly nights of the Isle. His eyes traced it, catching on something unexpected near the pillow. Jack frowned and stepped closer, realizing it was a bouquet of wildflowers. Had Frey picked these for him? Surely not, he thought. But he couldn't help but assume that his mother and sister had been waiting for him to arrive all day, ever since they heard of his presence on the wind. He set his harp down. He disrobed and dressed in the clothes Mirren had made for him. To his shock, they fit him perfectly. The wool was warm and soft against his skin, and the plaid came around him like an embrace. Jack lingered in his room a moment longer, struggling to dissolve the emotion he was feeling. By the time he had regained his composure and returned to the common room, Mirren had a bowl of dinner waiting for him. This time he accepted it as he sat in a straw-backed chair by the fire. The soup smelled of marrow and onions and pepper, of all the green living things Mirren grew in her garden. He let the steam ease before he began to eat, savoring the rich flavors of the meal. The taste of his childhood. And he swore for a moment that time rippled around them, granting him a glimpse of the past. "Have you come home for good, Jack?" Mirren asked, sitting in a chair across from his. Jack hesitated. His mind was still reeling with questions about Frey, with answers he was keen to learn. But he decided to wait. He could almost fool himself, thinking it was the old days, when Mirren had told him stories by the hearth. "I'll be returning to the mainland in time for autumn term," he said, despite Adaira's warning. "I'm glad you're home, even if it's just for a spell," Mirren said, lacing her fingers together. "I've been curious to hear more about your university. What is it like there? Do you enjoy it?" He could have told her many things. He could have started at the beginning, recounting how in those early days he had hated the university, how learning music had come slowly to him, how he had wanted to smash his instruments and return home. But perhaps she already knew that, from reading between the lines of the letters he had written her. He could have told her about the moment when things changed, in his third year, when the most patient of professors had started to teach him how to play the harp and Jack had found his purpose at last. He was told to take great care with his hands, to let his fingernails grow long, as if he were becoming a new creature. "I like it just fine," he said. "The weather is pleasant. The food is average. The company is good. You're happy there?" "Yes." The reply was swift, reflexive. "Good," Mirren said. "I didn't want to believe Lorna when she told me that you would prosper on the mainland." But how right she was. Jack knew the Tamerlanes had funded his education. The university was expensive, and Mirren alone could not have afforded it. He still sometimes wondered why he was chosen, out of all the other children on the Isle. Most days he surmised that he was chosen because he was fatherless, troublesome, and wild, and the laird thought instruction far from home would tame him. But perhaps Lorna had hoped Jack would return as a bard, ready to play for the East, as she had once done. He didn't want to dwell on such things. And it was time for him to address Mirren directly. He set his bowl aside and turned from the fire to face her. "How old is Frey?" Mirren drew in a deep breath. "She's 8. 8. Jack felt the truth like a blow, imagining it. All those years he had been on the mainland, lost in music, he had had a little sister at home. "I assume she's my half-sister," he asked. Mirren was wringing her pale hands again. She glanced at the flames. "No. Frey is your full-blooded sister." The revelation was both a pain and a relief. Jack struggled to know which feeling to feed, eventually voicing the very thing that had driven a wedge between him and his mother. "I take it Frey knows who our father is then?" "No, she doesn't," Mirren whispered. "I'm sorry, Jack. But you know I can't speak of this." She had never apologized for anything before. It shocked Jack so much he decided to let the old argument ebb, and he acknowledged what was truly bothering him now. He had a little sister, living on an isle where girls were vanishing. This was a grave complication to his plans, which had been to play for the waterfolk and then bolt. He did not see how he could leave, unless he had some reassurance that both Mirren and Frey would be safe after he departed. "I hear there's been trouble on the isle," he said. "2 lasses have disappeared." "Yes. The past fortnight has been tragic." Mirren paused, tracing the bow of her lips. "Do you remember the old stories I used to tell you? Those bedtime tales as old as the land?" "I remember," he said. "It was my greatest fear. That you would roam the hills and be tricked by a spirit. That you would never come home one day and there would be no trace of you. So I told you those stories to stay on the roads, to wear flowers in your hair, to be respectful of fire and wind and earth and sea, because I believed they would protect you." The stories had been frightening, entertaining. But stories were not made of steel. "I've been told one of the missing girls is Eliza Elliot," he continued, watching his mother's reaction closely. "The Elliots' croft is only 6 kilometers from here, Mum." "I know, Jack. What measures are you taking to ensure Frey isn't next?" "Frey is safe here with me." "But how can you be certain of that?" he demanded. "The folk are mercurial, even on their best days. They can't be trusted." Mirren laughed, but it was full of scorn. "You truly plan to instruct me on the spirits, Jack? When you have always been irreverent toward their magic? When you have been gone from this place the past decade?" "I've been gone because you sent me away," he reminded her tersely. Her offense waned. She suddenly appeared older to him. She appeared frail, as though the shadows in the room might break her, and he glanced at the loom. "You're still weaving enchanted plaids, Mum?" He sounded accusatory, even as he strove to soften his voice. Mirren said nothing, but she held his gaze. Her gift of weaving enchanted plaids was none other than the magic of the earth and water spirits. It began in the grass and the locks, which gave the sheep sustenance, which trickled into the softness of their wool, which was sheared and spun and dyed into yarn, which Mirren took in her hands and wove upon her loom, turning a secret into steel. She was a vessel, a conduit for the magic, and it passed through her because she was devout. The spirits found her worthy of such power. But that power came with a price. To weave magic drained her vitality. This truth had roused an icy fear in Jack's chest when he was young and imagined her dying and abandoning him. He found that chill was even worse now that he was older. "The clan needs them, Jack," she whispered. "It's my craft and my gift. But it's making you ill. Gods below, you have Frey now. What would happen to her if you passed? Would his sister be given to his care? Would she go to the orphanage in Sloane? The very place where Mirren had begun?" Mirren rubbed her brow. "I'm fine. Sidra has been providing me with a tonic that helps my cough. Ceasing the enchantment is something you should be seriously considering, Mum. In addition to that, I think you should surrender this croft because of how close it is to the clan line and move to the city where you'll be safe." "I'm not giving up this croft," his mother said. Her voice was like flint, slicing his words. "I earned this place. It's mine, and it will one day be Frey's." Jack exhaled. So Mirren was teaching Frey her craft of weaving. This day continued to get worse and worse, and he felt as if his fingers were tangling more threads than he could handle. "You haven't taught her how to weave enchantments, have you?" "When she comes of age," Mirren snapped. He knew she was angry when she rose and began to extinguish the candlesticks on the mantel. Their conversation was over, and he watched the flames die beneath her fingertips, one by one. He wondered if she was regretting his visit. "I should have stayed on the mainland," he thought with an inner groan. But then he wouldn't have known of Frey's existence, or about the missing lasses, or how much the clan that had once shunned him as a bastard now needed him. Mirren snuffed the last candlestick. Only the fire in the hearth remained, but she pierced Jack with a stare that made him freeze. "Your sister has been very excited to meet you. Please be kind to her." Jack's mouth fell open. Did Mirren think him a monster? She didn't give him a chance to respond. His mother retreated to her room, leaving him alone and bewildered by the dying flames. He woke with a start. The hearth had gone dark. The embers glowed with the memory of fire, hissing a small thread of smoke. For a moment, Jack didn't know where he was until his eyes adjusted, taking in the familiarity of his mother's cottage. Something had woken him. A strange dream, perhaps. He leaned his head back against the chair, staring into the darkness. The night was silent, save for that strange noise again. A sound like a shutter being shifted and rattled. A sound drifting from his old bedchamber. Jack stood. Gooseflesh rippled on his arms as he walked into his room. He listened as the shutters moved, as if someone was trying to open them and enter the chamber. The chamber that was now his little sister's. His blood began to pound as he approached the window. He stared at the shutters until they seemed to blend into the wall and shadows. Rushing across the room, he forgot about the discarded clothes he had left crumpled on the floor. They caught his feet like a snare, and he stumbled and fell forward against his desk with a clumsy bang. At once, the shutters became silent until Jack flung them open, furious and terrified. He saw nothing, his gaze sweeping the moonlit yard. And then a ripple of shadow caught his eye, but by the time he shifted his focus, it was gone, melting into the darkness. Jack wondered if he was hallucinating, and he trembled, contemplating pursuit. But what sort of weapon could wound a spirit? Could steel cut the heart of the wind? Could it divide the ocean's tide? Could it make the spirits cower and bend to mortals? He was just about to slip out the window when a strong northern gust blasted against his face, howling into the room. He winced at the sharpness of its breath, even if there were no voices within it. "Jack." He startled and turned to see Mirren standing on his threshold, a rushlight in her hand. "Is everything all right?" she asked, looking to the open window beyond him. The wind continued to hiss into the room, stirring the tapestry on the wall, overturning the books on the desk. Jack had no choice but to latch the shutters, which began to rattle again. Perhaps he had only imagined the intruder. But the night had felt calm and still a moment ago. Jack struggled to slow his breath, to blink away the wild gleam in his eyes. "I heard a noise at the window." Mirren's gaze flickered to the shutters. A flash of silver caught the firelight at her hip, and Jack saw that she was wearing her enchanted dirk, sheathed at her waist. "Did you see anything?" she asked in a wary tone. "A shadow," Jack replied. "But I couldn't discern what it was." "Is Frey?" His voice trailed off. "She's in bed," Mirren replied, but she exchanged a worried look with Jack. They quietly walked into the main bedchamber. Mirren's candle cast a ring of faint light into the room, gilding the tangles of Frey's auburn hair as she slept. Jack felt a pinch of relief and returned to the threshold. Mirren followed, long enough to whisper to him, "It must have been the wind." "Yes," he said, but the doubt left a sour taste in his mouth. "Good night, Mum." "Good night, Jack," Mirren said, shutting the door. Jack climbed into his childhood bed. The blanket wrinkled beneath him. He forgot about Frey's flowers until he heard them crinkle by his ear. He took them gently in his hand and closed his eyes, trying to convince himself that the night was serene, peaceful. But there was something else, lurking at the edges. Something sinister, waiting to rise. He couldn't sleep when he thought of it. A spirit had come for his sister. Chapter 5. Jack was up at dawn, anxious to locate Torin and tell the captain about the strange rattle at the shutters. He had every intention of sneaking away from Mirren's croft before she woke, but it seemed his mother anticipated his attempt to do so. She was waiting for him in the common room, working at her loom, a pot of oats bubbling over the fire. "Will you join us for breakfast?" she asked, keeping her focus on her weaving. Jack hesitated. He was about to utter an excuse when the front door opened and in walked Frey with a burst of cold morning air. A basket of eggs hung on her arm, and she brightened at the sight of him. "Good morning," his sister said, and then she seemed to grow shy. She walked to the table and fidgeted with the teacups, trying her best not to look at him. Jack couldn't slip away. Not with Frey's demure gaze and Mirren's rigid stance, as if they both expected him to bolt and were furiously hoping he would remain. He sat at the table and watched Frey's smile widen. "I made you some tea," she said. Then she whispered, "You do like tea, don't you?" "I do," Jack replied. "Oh, good. Mum said you probably did now, being on the mainland, but we weren't sure of it." Frey took a mitt and unhinged the kettle from its hook over the fire and carefully poured Jack a cup of tea. He was baffled, taken off guard by how eager she was to serve. How confident Frey was, how easily she knew her way around the kitchen and the croft. He clearly remembered being 8 and begrudging every single chore Mirren had set upon him, stomping and whining when he had to gather the eggs and set the table and wash the dishes afterward. No wonder she had been so eager to give him up to the mainland. "Thank you, Frey," he said, taking the warm cup in his hands. Frey set the kettle down and brought him a pitcher of cream and a pot of honey, then hurried to set the rest of the table, humming as she went. Mirren eventually joined them, carrying the cauldron of oats with her. She filled their bowls with porridge, and Frey finished her tasks by setting out bacon and mushrooms, boiled eggs, fruit, sliced bread, and a crock of butter. It was a feast. Jack worried they had made it just for him. Their first meal together was awkward. Mirren was quiet, as was Jack. Frey kept parting her lips as if she wanted to say something, but then, too nervous to speak it, filled her mouth with oats instead. "Do you go to school in the city every day?" Jack asked his sister. "No, just 3 days a week," she said. "The other days I'm here with Mum, learning her craft." Jack's gaze slid to Mirren. Mirren met it beneath her lashes, but her eyes were guarded. Their argument last night hung between them like gossamer. "Have you seen Adaira yet?" Frey asked. Jack nearly choked on his tea. He cleared his throat and attempted a smile. "I have, actually." "When did you see the heiress?" Mirren was the one to now cast an inquisitive glance at him, and Jack ignored it, reaching for a slice of bread. "I saw her yesterday morning. Were you friends with her?" Frey continued, as if Adaira were a spirit herself to be worshipped. "Before you left for school?" Jack spread a hunk of butter on his bread. Mirren scowled at his excess. "I suppose you could say that." He took a huge bite, hoping talk of Adaira would end. But his mother continued to watch him closely, seeming to realize who, indeed, had asked him to return. He hadn't studied Lorna's ballad at all the night before, as he was supposed to have done, and he still felt a sting of worry when he imagined playing that eerie music. "Will you eat supper with us tonight?" Mirren asked, breaking off his stormy thoughts. She cradled her teacup in her long fingers, breathing in the steam. Jack nodded, noticing his mother had scarcely eaten a bite of her porridge. "You're probably very busy today, aren't you?" Frey's voice rose an octave, betraying how anxious she still was to speak to him. Jack met her gaze. "I do have a few things to accomplish today." "Why do you ask, Frey?" "Nothing," his sister blurted, and shoveled another spoonful of porridge in her mouth, blushing. It was apparent she wanted to ask him something and was too afraid to voice it. Jack had only been a brother for less than a day in his mind, but he wanted her to feel comfortable enough to speak to him, to not be timid when she was with him. He realized he was frowning. He softened his expression as he looked at Frey. "Is there something you need help with?" Frey glanced at Mirren, who was staring at her porridge until she sighed, raising her eyes to Jack's. "No, Jack. But thank you for offering." Frey's shoulders stooped. Jack sensed that his mother and sister were reluctant to ask him to do anything. Chagrined, he decided he would have to unearth their needs another way, without asking or making them ask. Frey rose from the table first. Gathering the empty dishes, she carried them to the wash barrel. When Mirren made to rise and join her, Jack surprised himself by taking the bowl right out of her hands. "Let me," he said, and Mirren, in her shock, relented. She looked so tired and worn, and her bowl was still full of porridge. It worried him. He joined Frey at the wash barrel, and she gave a little gasp when he began to dunk the bowls beneath the water. "This is my chore," she said, as if she would fight him for it. "Do you know what, Frey?" She hesitated and then said, "What?" This used to be my chore too, when I was your age. I will wash and you can dry. How does that sound? She still looked perplexed, but then Jack handed her a freshly washed bowl, and she took it and began to wipe it dry with a rag. They worked in rhythm with each other, and when the table was clear, Jack said, "Will you take me on a tour of the yard, sister? It's been so long since I was home, I don't remember where everything is." Frey was ecstatic. She threw the door open, grabbed her shawl when Mirren chided her to, and led Jack through the kale yard. She pointed out every single vegetable and herb and fruit they were growing, her voice as sweet as a bell that never ceased ringing. Jack patiently listened, but he was gradually taking them in the direction of the northern face of the house, where his shutters sat open to welcome the sunlight. He studied his window, as well as the strip of grass that stretched between it and the fence. There was nothing to indicate someone or something had approached last night. Again he wondered if he had dreamt it all, but he stayed at the window, unable to ignore his disconcerted musings. "Frey? Has someone ever knocked on your bedroom shutters before?" In the middle of the night. Frey stopped walking. "No. Why?" And then she gasped and rushed to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry to have taken your room. I hope you aren't angry with me." Jack blinked, surprised. "I'm not angry at all, Frey. I don't need a room anymore, to be honest." Her copper brows quirked as she began to fiddle with the ends of her braids. "But why? Don't you want to remain here with us?" Why did her inquiry meet him like a spear? He suddenly didn't want to disappoint her, and Jack had never cared about such things before. "I don't mind sharing a room with Mum," she added, as if that would convince him to stay. "Truly. Well, I do have to return to my school," he said, watching her hopeful expression fall. "But I'll be here all summer." The promise spilled from his mouth before he could think better of it, before he could remind himself that a part of him still hoped to leave by the end of the week. He couldn't break his word now, not when he had given it to Frey. Summer was a long time in a child's mind. Frey grinned and bent down to pick a few violets from the grass. Jack watched as her dainty fingers traced the petals, pollen smearing like gold on her skin. "I found some wildflowers on my bed last night," Jack said. "Did you pick them for me, Frey?" She nodded, her dimples flaring in her cheeks again. "Thank you. It was a thoughtful gift." "I can show you where I picked them," she cried, and he was shocked when she reached for his hand, as if she had held it countless times before. "It's this way, Jack. I know where all the best flowers grow." She tugged on his arm, completely unaware that a piece of him had melted. "Wait a moment, Frey," he said, kneeling before her so their gazes would align. "Will you promise me something?" She nodded, her trust like a knife in his side. "This will probably never happen, but if you ever hear the shutters rattle like something is trying to open them, knocking on them, promise me that you will not answer it," Jack said. "You will wake Mom and stay with her. Or I could come wake you, right, Jack?" "Yes," he said. "You can always come to me if you are afraid or uncertain about something. And even when you are in the yard, I want you to make sure that you tell Mum where you are and that you remain near her, within sight of the cottage. Always take someone with you to pick flowers. Can you promise me that also?" "I promise." "But Mum has already told me such." "Good," he said. But within, he told himself, "I have to stay here until this mystery of the missing lasses is solved. I have to see this through, even if it takes longer than summer." "Is that what happened to Eliza and Annabelle?" Frey asked with a somber expression. "Did a spirit knock on their windows?" Jack hesitated. He didn't want to scare her more than necessary, but he remembered Adaira's words from the day before. One girl had gone missing on her walk home from school, the other while tending the sheep in the pasture. He thought back on the stories Mirren had once told him. Legends where spirits, often benevolent ones, thrived in the yard and were even welcomed inside, such as when a fire was lit in the hearth. But he had never heard of one approaching a house and forcibly entering. Not that it was impossible, as the spirits often accepted the gifts left for them on porches and thresholds, but it seemed that even the most dangerous of beings preferred to be in the wild, where their powers were strongest. "I'm not sure," Frey Jack said. "Mum says the spirits in our yard are good. As long as I am home or stay on the roads or at school, the folk can't trick me. They watch over me, especially when I wear my plaid." Jack's eyes drifted to Frey's shawl, which she had knotted crookedly over her collarbones. He noted its shimmer of enchantment. The shawl was green from summer bracken and nettles, with a vein of madder red and lichen gold. Colors of the earth spirits, harvested and crushed and soaked to make dyes. He wondered what secret was woven into that pattern, and for once he was glad of Mirren's skill. He smiled at his little sister, hoping to ease her worry. Mum's right. Now show me where the best flowers grow. Torin was walking the nook of the marsh, searching for the missing girls, when he spotted Jack standing beside a crown of rocks, waiting to speak with him. Torin took his time. His clothes were wrinkled stiff from the rain, and his eyes bleary from a long night, but he continued to comb through the wet grass. His boots squelched, startling meadow pipits in their morning foray as his guards fanned out behind him. Eventually, he reached Jack and the shadows of the rocks. Torin noticed a flower was tucked into Jack's dark hair, but he said nothing of it. He had finally met Frey then. No sign of either lass? Jack said. Torin shook his head. Not a trace. I think you should search the western hills up by my mum's croft. Why is that? Torin knew he sounded skeptical, but all he could think of was how the spirits had been thwarting him. The wind had blown away any markings in the grass. The storm had broken, impeding him at every turn, and even now the rain sat in puddles, destroying any evidence of where the lasses might have wandered off to. He feared the worst, that he would not be able to find either girl. The conversation he had had with Eliza's mother last week still rattled in his skull, like broken bones. Why would the folk take my daughter? Can I strike a bargain with them to get her back? Torin had been speechless, uncertain what to say to the desperate woman. But it had turned his thoughts toward more dangerous, risky contemplations. Jack was quiet, waiting for Torin's attention. The wind carved a path between them, but there were no whispers within it that morning. I heard something strange last night, Jack began, and Torin's focus sharpened. He listened as Jack told him about the shutters rattling, the shadow that had fled into the hills. You saw them? Torin demanded. What did they look like? Which manner of spirit was it? Earth? Water? I saw a shadow moving, Jack corrected. He paused, hesitant. I couldn't determine how it was built. But it has me wondering, are the spirits becoming bolder? Have they been approaching houses with the intention to enter uninvited? It's rare, but I've heard stories of them doing so in the past, Torin replied. And if it truly was a spirit knocking on your window last night, it's a sign they're growing cold and cruel. To steal a lass directly from her home. Jack frowned. Could it mean that there is trouble brewing in the spirit's realm? Perhaps, Torin said. But there's no true way of knowing now, is there? If they refuse to manifest and speak directly to us, we can only wonder. He sighed, motioning for his guards to gather. If you think something might be hiding in the West Hills, we'll search there. Torin began to chart his course by the rising sun, heading toward Mirren's croft, but Jack stopped him. You don't think it was a Breccan scout, do you, Torin? Torin paused, let his guards pass by him before he responded. If it was a Breccan, I would know. No one crosses the clan line without my knowledge. And he flexed his left hand, the one that bore the scar. 3 years ago, Alistair had named Torin the captain of the East Guard. After the ceremony, Torin had held out his hand, and the laird had cut his palm with his sword, steel enchanted with awareness. The pain had run deep, deeper than any other blade Torin had ever felt. It sank into his bones and relentlessly ached, as if his hand had been cleft in two. He had carried that pain and walked the edges of eastern Cadence, her rugged coastline, her border between west and east, letting his blood drip on the earth and the water. Just as the captain of the East Guard had done before him. No one could step foot on eastern Cadence without him feeling it. His blood was bound to the land. He could have told Jack that the last scout he had intercepted had been on the southern shore of Cadence, near the place where Robin had confronted Jack the other night. But Torin didn't. He didn't tell Jack it had been a Breccan warrior who had attempted to swim his way over, who foolishly believed that Torin couldn't feel a trespasser in the eastern tides. He didn't tell Jack that the Breccan had been armed and viciously fought Torin in the sand, or that Torin had interrogated the scout in the same cave where he had given his plaid and heather ale to Jack in welcome. He didn't tell Jack that when the Breccan had remained silent, giving none of his plans away, Torin had killed him and dumped his body in the ocean. No, he hadn't told anyone of that night. Not even Sidra. He parted ways with Jack, following the trail his guards had forged up the hill. And Torin had to finally ask himself, what? What was he searching for? A ribbon, a shoe, a shred of clothing? A physical trace that would lead him somewhere? A door that opened to another realm? A manifested spirit who would be helpful and guide him to the girls? A body? His initial search for Eliza and Annabelle had been unsuccessful, but perhaps that was because he was relying on his physical limitations. When he reached his guards on the road, Torin sent them ahead to Mirren's with orders to search her land. He trailed behind, his eyes sweeping the thick grass and the deer trails, and he was almost to Mirren's croft when he came across a glen he had never encountered before. A narrow, deep valley with a river flowing along its floor, trickling over rocks. He paused, wondering if this river would lead to a portal. Ever since he was a lad, Torin had longed to uncover one, to pass through a doorway that would usher him into the spirit's domain. Feeling compelled to search this glen, Torin slid down the steep bank and walked in the shallow currents. He followed its winding path, his eyes peeling the rocks and dangling roots for a hidden door. Water was seeping into his boots when he unexpectedly came upon a bothy built on the stony bank. It was small and rugged, almost unnoticeable if one didn't look closely, built of woven branches and vines. A hole in its mossy roof let out puffs of smoke. He stopped in the river, uncertain as to who occupied it. The hair rose on his arms the longer he regarded the bothy, as if this place was holy ground where spirits gathered. He cautiously moved forward, hand on the hilt of his sword, and knocked on the driftwood door. "Come in," a voice beckoned him, smooth and melodic. A young woman's voice. When Torin pushed the door, it creaked inward, but he remained on the threshold. He had never seen a spirit manifested. He had only ever heard their whispers on the wind, and felt their warmth in the fire, and breathed their fragrance in the grass, and drunk their generosity in the water from the loch. So he didn't know what to expect as his eyes adjusted to the dim light. "Are you afraid?" the woman said with a laugh. He still couldn't see her in the shadows. "Come inside. I'm not a spirit, if that's what you fear." He cautiously entered the bothy, stooping to avoid hitting his head on the mossy lintel. There was a small peat fire burning in a ring of stones. A tiny table held a collection of books, a cauldron of porridge, and a bowl of blackberries. A shelf was crowded with carved figurines. A basket of branches sat beside a rocking chair, and in the chair was a woman, ancient and silver-haired, her gnarled hands whittling a slender piece of wood. Torin stared at her, confused, but her eyes remained on her work. The confident whisking of her knife, and the wood shavings that fell with her motions. It almost looked as if she was carving a reflection of him. "Ah, it is the esteemed captain of the East Guard," the woman said, glancing at him and recognizing his plaid and crest. Again, her voice was young and vibrant. "You were not expecting me to look like this, were you?" He was silent, disturbed. "Old and weathered, you would call me," she continued, with a voice that does not match how I appear. "Who are you?" Torin asked. She finally ceased her whittling, piercing him with a set of watery blue eyes. "You wouldn't know me. I don't belong in your time, Captain. That is why my body has aged, but my voice has not." "Then what time are you from? How did you come to live on this river?" She nodded to her shelf of figurines. "Choose one, and I shall tell you. This is my penance for a vow I broke long ago. I must tell visitors my story before I may answer a question of theirs in return, for this glen is cursed, beckoning only those who are in great need. But choose wisely, Captain. A figurine as well as a question, for my voice will last only so long before it fades." Torin wanted to ask her about the missing girls, but held the words back, heeding her warning. He turned to the shelf, gazing at the collection. There were more than he could count, a variety of women, men, and beasts hewn from all types of wood. But his eyes were drawn to one figurine in particular. Her hair was long, unbound, studded with flowers, and one hand rested over her heart, the other reaching out with invitation. Torin gently took her within his hand, vividly remembering the day he had married Sidra. The wildflowers that had crowned her. How he had found stray petals in her hair hours after the ceremony, when she sat in his bed and they drank wine and talked late into the night. He inhaled a sharp breath. "Has my wife been here?" And he turned to show the beautiful figurine to the woman. She cackled. "Are you wed to Lady Win of the Wildflowers? This is a spirit?" Torrance studied the figurine more closely and saw that flowers also bloomed from her fingertips. "I didn't realize the folk looked so similar to us." "Some of them do, Captain. Some of them don't. And remember, take care with your questions. I am only beholden to answer one after my tale has been spun." "Then tell me your story," he said. She was quiet for a long moment. Torrin watched as she continued to cut into the wood, another figurine coming to life in her hands. "I was Joan's handmaiden," she began at last. "I went with her when she married Fingal Breccan. I accompanied her into the West." Torrin's eyes widened. He knew the legend of his ancestor, who had sought to bring peace to the Isle. Joan Tamerlaine had lived 2 centuries ago. In the days before the clan line, it was beautiful, the woman said. The hills were cloaked in heather and wildflowers. The streams ran cold and pure from the mountains. The sea was full of life and abundance. And yet a shadow lay over it. The Breccans often sparred amongst themselves, keen to prove which family was stronger. You had to sleep with one eye open, and trust was scarce even among brothers and sisters. I witnessed more bloodshed than I ever had before, and I eventually couldn't bear to live there. I asked Joan to release me from my vow of service, and she did, because she understood. Every night, we dreamt of the East, homesick. I left, and she remained. But when I returned home, I wasn't welcomed by my family. They cast me away for breaking my vow to Joan, and I wandered, destitute, until I came to a loch in a vale. I knelt and drank and soon noticed something else, deep within its waters. A glimmer of gold. I was hungry and weary. I needed that gold to survive. I plunged into the water and began to swim to the bottom. But every time I thought I was almost there, when I stretched out my hand to capture the gold, it evaded me, sinking a little deeper. Soon, I could feel my chest smoldering. I was almost out of air. And just before I changed my course, the spirit of the loch met me. She kissed my mouth, and suddenly I could breathe in the water, and I continued to swim, defiant of my mortality, deep into the heart of the loch, greedy and desperate for that promise of gold. She fell quiet, her hands pausing in their work. Torrin stood transfixed by her story, the figurine of Lady Win cradled in his palm. "But you never got the gold," he murmured. The woman met his gaze. Her voice was changing, becoming raspy and frail, as if her confession was aging it. "No. I came to my senses and realized the loch was bottomless, and soon I would lose myself within it and the games the loch spirit played. I turned and swam back the way I had come, so exhausted I almost didn't reach the light. When I broke the surface, I realized 100 years had passed while I had been treading the deep." She resumed her whittling, emotionless. "The family I knew was dead, long buried. Joan, too, was dead, I learned. She had died entwined with the Breccan laird, their blood staining the earth. She had cursed the West as Fingal had cursed the East. The magic of the spirits was unbalanced now because of their strife and the clan line. Magic would henceforth flow bright in the hands of the Breccans. They could harness enchantments with no consequences to their health, weaving magic into plaids, hammering charms into their steel. But the folk would suffer from their magic. The crops would grow sparse in the West. The water would be murky. The fire would burn dim, and the wind would be harsh. The Breccan clan would then be a strong yet hungry clan, belonging to a solemn land. In turn, magic would flow bright in the spirits of the East. And while the Tamerlanes would have to suffer in order to wield it, their gardens would flourish, their water would be pure, their winds would be balanced, and their fires would be warm. The Tamerlane clan would then be a prosperous but vulnerable people, belonging to a lush land. Torrin was quiet, soaking in her story. He knew of the curse. It was why the Breccans had no resources come winter, and why so many Tamerlanes required the medical attention of his wife. He glanced at the woman, wondering how many questions he could ask before her voice fully faded. Do the spirits of the isle come here to visit you then? He asked. Occasionally. When one is in need. You didn't happen to see one with two young lasses, did you? What would a spirit want with a mortal bairn? She countered. Torin felt his impatience rise. Is there a way to call the spirits? To make them manifest? If there is, the woman said, her words almost undecipherable. I don't know it, Captain. He sensed her time had ended. Her voice was spent. He wanted to ask her more about the spirits, but he would have to do it another time, when her voice had been replenished. How will I find my way back to this place? He wondered, knowing this glen was cursed to shift and change. He studied the figurine of Lady Wynne once more. Perhaps it could be a guide to him. It was uncanny how much it reminded him of Sidra. May I keep this? He asked. The woman gave him a curt nod, her attention focusing on her work, as though he were no longer present. Torin left the bothy, the door closing behind him on its own. He tucked the figurine into his pocket, thinking Maisie would love it, and began to walk up the river before he paused, listening as the water's babble changed. Torin glanced over his shoulder and froze. It was just as he had feared. The river had altered its course by a handbreadth, and the timeless woman's bothy was nowhere to be seen. Torin had just emerged from the glen and was heading north when he caught sight of Robin, sprinting toward him through the heather. Torin knew something was wrong. He felt a pit in his stomach as he ran to meet the young guard. What is it, Robin? Torin asked. But he already knew the answer. He saw the sweat dripping from Robin's brow, the sheen of panic in his eyes. His worn edges from searching day after day, night after night, with nothing to show for it. I'm afraid it's happened again, Captain, the boy panted. Another lass has vanished. Chapter 6. Sidra walked the streets of Sloane, a basket of healing supplies hanging from her arm. Each door she passed held an offering on its threshold for the spirits. Appeasements and manifest prayers in the shape of carved figurines and small stacks of peat, so the fire could dance and burn, and chimes made of fishing line and glass beads, so the wind could hear its own breath when it passed by. There were small bannocks and cups of milk for the spirits of the earth, and salted herring and jewelry strung with shells for the water. Desperation hung like fog, and Sidra let her thoughts roam to dark places. She thought of the two lasses, Eliza and Annabel. Two girls now unaccounted for, and Sidra imagined them being claimed by the folk. She wondered if a girl could become a tree, no longer aging in mortal ways, but by seasons. Could a girl become a wildflower patch, resurrected every spring and summer only to wilt and fade come the sting of frost? Could she become the foam of the sea that rolled over the coast for an eternity, or a flame that danced in a hearth? A winged being of the wind, sighing over the hills? Could she be returned to her human family after such a life? And if so, would she even remember her parents, her human memories, her mortal name? Grief welled within Sidra as she returned her attention to the city thoroughfare. She came to Sloane twice a week to make a round of visits to her patients there. Her first appointment was with Una Carlo, and Sidra followed the song of a hammer striking an anvil. She arrived at Una's forge and stood in the sun for a moment, watching the blacksmith work in her shop. The air was thick with the tang of hot metal, the sparks flying as Una hammered a long blade of steel. Sidra could feel every strike in her teeth until Una finally quenched the blade in a tub of water, the steam rising with a hiss. Una withdrew the sword and handed it off to her apprentice, who was red-faced and perspiring from pumping the bellows. Sidra thought of how the fire always burned at the forge, how its embers never fell cold and docile. If anyone was intimate with Cadence fire, knowing its temperament and power and secrets, it was Una. As such, Una was one of the only blacksmiths in the East who wasn't afraid to hammer enchantments into her steel. She could take a secret and an ingot, melt them together over a blistering fire, and shape them as one on her anvil. Once an enchanted blade was complete, she always fell ill with a fever and was sometimes unable to leave her bed for days. Sidra, the blacksmith said in greeting, removing her thick leather gloves. How are you and Maisie? We're well, Sidra replied, but she felt the true meaning of Una's question. She's with Graham for now. I'm thankful that he's able to watch her while I'm away on visits. Good, Una said, joining her at the edge of the forge. And how are your two children? Sidra reached into her basket to find the tonic she had made for Una's vitality. It's been a while since I've seen them. Growing up too fast, Una replied with a smile. But they're content. When they're not at school, they're either here with me or spending time with Ailsa at the stables, keen to learn all of my wife's horse secrets. Sidra nodded, wholly understanding the caution, even though Una and Ailsa's son and daughter were adolescents now. Old enough to heed the strict rules parents were suddenly doling out with the disappearances. As she set the tonic jar on Una's outstretched palm, the blacksmith surprised her by saying, "Do you ever wonder if we are unknowing participants in a spirits game? If they move us like pawns on a board and glean pleasure from provoking our heartaches?" Sidra hesitated. She looked deep within herself and knew the answer was yes. She had thought as much. But her devout nature had instantly stamped out those dangerous wonderings. She worried that the earth would sense that disbelief in her when she worked the kale yard, when she crushed the herbs to make healing salves. "It's a troubling thought," Sidra said. "To think they gain pleasure from tormenting us. Sometimes, when I watch the fire burn in the forge," Una continued, "I imagine what it would be like to be immortal, to hold no fear of death, to dance and burn for an endless era. And I think how dull such an existence would be. That one would do anything to feel the sharp edge of life again." "Yes," Sidra whispered. She was too paranoid to say anything more, and the blacksmith sensed it. "Don't let me keep you," Una said. "Thank you for the tonic. I've been commissioned to make an enchanted blade tomorrow, so this will help me bear the effects." Sidra bid Una farewell and continued on her route. The day unfurled just as she had expected until a cold burst of northern wind blew through the city. She paused, watching it twine with smoke, overturn baskets in the market, rattle shutters and doors. Sidra's black hair tangled across her face as she stood in the center of the street. And that was when she heard the faint whisper, like a rush of wings. The wind brought news. Jack waited for Adaira at the castle. It was noontide, just as she had requested for their meeting, and a servant had brought him to the music turret, telling him the heiress would be with him directly. Impatient, Jack passed the time by walking the length of the bookshelves, selecting a few volumes to sift through. He found a book brimming with music that he swiftly recognized. These were the ballads of the clan. The songs Lorna once sang on feast nights. Jack smiled as he read the notes. He fondly remembered these songs. They had shaped his childhood, those wild days roaming the heather and exploring the sea caves. And he was pleased to discover that even years later, this music still roused a warm nostalgia within him. It drew him back to those moments in the hall when he had savored listening to these songs. Long before he ever dreamt of becoming a bard or dared to imagine that he would one day learn the secrets of instruments. He eventually shut the music book and set it back on the shelf. It was riddled with dust. Realizing he must have been the first person to touch the volume in years, he suddenly felt sad, thinking of how quiet the East had become without Lorna. He walked to the harp in the center of the room, but refrained from playing. He noticed the table was cleared. All of the papers and books that had been piled upon it yesterday were gone save for a sealed letter. Curious, Jack took a closer look at the parchment. The letter was addressed to Adaira, and it bore the crest of 2 swords in a ring of juniper. The Breccan sigil. He recoiled from it, alarmed. Why would the Western clan write to her? He paced the room, trying to cast his thoughts about the letter aside, but his worries lingered. What could the Breccans want from her? It was strange that the first thing that crossed his mind was that they wanted to marry her. Jack came to a stop before the balcony doors, disconcerted when he remembered the legend of Joan Tamerlaine, dying entwined with Fingal Breccan. Did the Breccans dream of peace again after so many years of strife? He wondered if the Isle could be made whole again, but thought it impossible. An hour had passed on the sundial. Where was Adaira? The view overlooked the thoroughfare of Sloane, and as Jack's gaze skimmed the street, he realized there was some sort of commotion happening below. People were gathering together in the market. A few men started running, and vendors began to close their stalls early. It looked like school was even released spontaneously. Young girls and boys were being escorted home. Jack looked for Frey amongst the dispersing students, but there was no sign of her bright russet hair. She's with Mirren today, he recalled, the tension in his shoulders easing. She's safe at home. He continued to watch the activity in the streets. He decided to leave. After all, Adaira had stood him up, and he hurried through the courtyard to the market. "What's happening?" he asked one of the women who was closing her bakery. "You didn't hear the news?" she replied. "Another lass has gone missing." "Who?" Jack demanded. "I'm not sure yet. Several names have been mentioned, but we're waiting for it to be confirmed by Captain Torin." At once, Jack's stomach dropped, his blood ran cold, and his thoughts scattered like broken glass. On the mainland, he had been afraid of nothing but failure. Failing a class, failing to graduate, failing to please his lover. His fears had only pertained to himself and his own performance. Now he realized how self-absorbed he had been all those years. He was swiftly learning ever since he had returned home that he couldn't live on music alone, that he cared about and needed other things, even if their appearance in his life came as an utter shock, like bulbs blooming after a long winter. He felt his greatest fear come to life within him, a fear that had been born only days before. Frey could be missing. He didn't waste another moment. Jack sprinted along the road. He refused to stop, even when his breath turned to fire in his lungs and a stitch pulled in his side. He ran all the way to Mirren's croft and vaulted over the yard fence, and he thought his heart had melted when he burst through his mother's front door. He halted, his boots leaving a track of mud on the floor. Mirren stood at her loom, startled and wide-eyed as she turned to behold his dramatic entrance. And there was Frey, sprawled on the divan, reading a book with flowers tucked in her braids. He stared at his little sister, as if he didn't trust his own eyes, and he trembled as he shut the door. He felt a rush of relief, followed by a twinge of guilt, to know it wasn't Frey but another nameless lass. "Jack," Mirren asked. "Jack, what's wrong?" I thought. He couldn't speak. He swallowed and battled his breath. "I heard another lass went missing." "Which lass?" Frey cried, shutting her book. "I'm not sure. No names have been shared yet." Jack hated the fear that crept over Frey's expression. Perhaps it's only a rumor and not true at all. You know how the wind gossips. Mirren's gaze shifted to her daughter. "It'll be all right, Frey." Jack was stricken as Frey's face crumpled, on the verge of tears. He didn't know what he would do if she wept, but it made something in him ache. At the university, he had come to learn there were moments when words were not enough, and he strode into his bedroom. His harp still sat in its sleeve, waiting to be freed. He carried the instrument back into the common room and sat in a chair across from Frey. A few tears had trickled down her cheeks, but she wiped them away when she realized what he held. "Would you like to hear a song, Frey?" She nodded vehemently, pushing stray hair from her eyes. "I would be honored to play for both you and Mum," Jack said, resisting the temptation to glance at Mirren, who was lowering the shuttle of her loom. "But I must warn you, Frey, this is my first time playing on the Isle. I might not sound nearly as good as I do on the mainland." This was his first time playing in Mirren's presence, was what he truly meant to express. He was worried that she wouldn't be impressed by the craft he had spent years mastering. But Mirren, who never left her loom in midweave for anything, stepped away and joined them, sitting next to Frey on the divan. "Then let us be the judge of that," Frey replied with a sniffle. Her lashes were damp, but her tears had ceased. She watched with rapt attention as Jack withdrew his harp. Its first time breathing the air of the Isle. He had earned this harp in his 5th year of study. Constructed from a willow that had grown beside a maiden's grave, its wood was light and resilient, its sound sweet, chilling, and resonant. Carvings of vines and leaves had been burned into the sides, simple adornment compared to other harps his fellow students had earned. But this harp had called to him long ago. As Jack tuned the pins, he examined the 30 brass strings, and he thought about all the hours he had spent on the mainland playing this instrument, coaxing sad, wistful ballads from its heart. Out of the 3 classes of music a harp could make, Jack preferred the lament. But he didn't want to add to Frey's sorrow. He should play either for joy or for slumber. Perhaps a mix of both. A song framed on hope. His old plaid was draped over his knees as he continued to tune the harp, and the fabric caught Mirren's eye. Jack leaned the harp against his left shoulder. "What shall I play for you too?" he asked. They were speechless. Anything, Frey eventually said. Jack felt an echo of pain when he realized his sister didn't know any old ballads. She had been only 3 when Lorna passed away, far too young to remember the bard's music. And Jack inevitably thought of the ballads he had read through earlier that day, song after song that he had grown up listening to. Frey's childhood had been robbed of that music. He began to play and sing one of his favorites, the Ballad of Seasons. A lively and happy tune of spring that melted into summer's verse, which was smooth and mellow. And that in turn became the staccato fire of autumn, which descended into the sad yet elegant verse of winter, because he couldn't resist the sorrow. When he finished, his last note fading in the air, Frey burst into enthusiastic clapping and Mirren wiped the tears from her eyes. Jack thought he had never felt so content and full. Another one, Frey begged. Mirren caressed her hair. It's time to weave, Frey. We have work to do. Frey sagged, but she didn't complain. She followed Mirren to the loom, but her eyes traced the harp in Jack's hands with longing. He could keep strumming, he realized. He could pluck notes while they wove. Jack played song after song while Mirren and Frey worked at the loom. All the ballads he wanted his sister to know. A few times, Frey became distracted, her eyes wandering toward his music. But Mirren didn't chide her. The afternoon had deepened by the time Jack set down his harp. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and wind rattled the shutters. The scent of rain was heavy in the air as Jack reached into his harp case and took out the parchment Adaira had given him the day before. He didn't know the girls who were missing. He didn't know what would happen when he played this bewitching music, if the spirits would answer him or not. But he had always desired to prove himself worthy of the Tamerlanes. To be wanted, to feel as if he belonged. Music had once given that to him. A home, a purpose. As Mirren and Frey wove, Jack began to fervently study the Song of the Tides. It was Catriona Mitchell, and she was only 5 years old. The youngest daughter of a fisherman and a tailor, she had been helping her father mend nets by the quay when she went to play with her older siblings on the northern coast. None of them recalled seeing her wander away, but Torrin had found a trace of her footsteps on the sand, just before the high tide rolled in. He followed her trail. She had been alone on the coast before choosing to climb a knoll, where it became harder for Torrin to follow her path. He examined the grass and the rocks, wondering what had prompted the child to leave her siblings on the sand. A flash of red caught his eye. Torrin crouched, at first fearing it was blood, until he moved the grass aside and saw it was only a flower. For crimson petals, veined with gold. It was beautiful, and he had never seen anything like it before. He frowned as he studied it. He knew the eastern landscape well. He was familiar with the plants that flourished on this side of the isle. Yet this flower was odd and out of place, as if a spirit had purposefully left it here to be found. He wondered if it marked a portal to the other side. Gently, he scooped it into his palm. The blossom had been lying on the ground, already sheared, and he wondered if this had been what Catriona had seen, what had prompted her to climb the knoll. Torrin searched the area again, combing for evidence of where she had gone next. He succeeded in finding a few small steps heading to the hills of the isle. Her bare feet had crimped the grass, but then it was as though she vanished. There was no further trace, no sign of footsteps, save for another loose red flower, sitting like a drop of blood on the ground. Torrin recovered it, careful not to crush the petals in his hands. He searched the dirt, the nearby stones, the tussocks of grass, for a small doorway. Surely, the spirits had opened a portal, inviting her into their domain. Where else would she have gone? He felt a strange tug in his stomach. It was fear, something he had learned to tame long ago, but he decided that he needed to see Maisie with his own eyes. He gave his guards orders to mark the trail and continue scouring the area for more footsteps and doorways, and he rode home. He was relieved to find Sidra at the kitchen table, herbs spread before her like a map he could never read. She was preparing tonics for her patients, and her sable hair was caught in a messy braid. She glanced up the moment he entered. "Torrin," she breathed. "Do you have news?" He hated the hope in her eyes. He shut the door behind him. "It's Catriona Mitchell. She's been missing since this morning. I've found a partial trail as well as something that I need your assistance on." At once, Sidra set down her pestle and met him in the center of the room. He carefully retrieved the 2 red flowers from his leather pouch, setting them into her waiting palm. "Can you identify this flower for me?" he asked, hopeful. Sidra studied the flowers. A frown pulled at her brows. "No, I've never seen such flowers before, Torin. Where did you find them?" he explained, suddenly feeling exhausted and defeated. Another lass gone on his watch. Another girl vanished, leaving behind a strange flower in her wake. Catriona Mitchell was only 5 years old, the same age as Maisie. Torin's eyes lifted. He could see into the bedroom, because Sidra had left the door open. Maisie was fast asleep on the bed. Torin walked closer, to lean on the door frame and watch his daughter sleep. His chest ached. "Torin, do you want to rest for a while?" Sidra asked quietly. He sighed, turning back to his wife. She was reaching for the kettle and had set out a plate of treacle biscuits. The last time he had properly eaten was at this table, when he had brought Jack home. "No, I don't have time," he whispered, fearing if he woke Maisie he wouldn't be able to leave. Sidra set down the kettle, looking at him with worried eyes. He began to walk back to the door, but he paused, glancing at the red flowers she had set down on her wooden cutting board. The blossoms were stark against the collection of her other herbs, keen to be noticed. "I don't know what to do, Sid," he said. The confession tasted like ash in his mouth. "I don't know how to find these lasses. I don't know how to make the spirits give them up. I don't know how to comfort these families." Sidra came to him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and Torin leaned into her, if only for a moment. He closed his eyes and breathed in the scent of her hair. "I'll see what I can uncover about these flowers, Torin," she said, easing back so she could meet his weary gaze. "Don't give up hope. We'll find the girls." He nodded, but his meager faith had fully crumbled over the past few weeks. Not knowing what to believe anymore, he kissed Sidra's knuckles and left. The sun was bright, but the clouds to the west had started to bruise. A storm was brewing, which would make it very difficult to find any further trace of where Catriona had wandered to. Torin was about to mount his horse when his gaze was caught by the hill to his left. It was cloaked with heather, and a walking path cut up the middle. It led to his father's croft next door, and Torin decided he owed Graham a visit. It had been a few years since Torin had properly called on his father. He rarely visited because the memories lingered like ghosts in his childhood home, and he and his father had always harbored different opinions. Their estrangement had been sparked when Torin and Donella handfasted in secret. "You're acting like a fool, Torin," Graham had said when he realized his son's plans. "You need to ask Donella's parents before you give her your vow." Torin, 20 and besotted, hadn't cared for Graham's advice. He and Donella did what they wanted, and it had indeed caused a stir in the clan. It had almost ruined Torin's chances of being promoted to captain. After Donella perished, Torin's days had become bleak, like a winter that never seemed to end. Maisie had been a baby, squalling in his arms, and Torin had finally carried his daughter to Graham, desperate. "Help me, Da. What am I supposed to do? She does nothing but cry. I don't know what to do." The words had poured out of Torin's mouth, and he had wept, finally, like he had broken a dam. He hadn't wept when Donella bled to death after the birthing. He hadn't wept when he watched her shrouded body find its final rest in her grave. He hadn't wept when he held Maisie for the first time. But all the tears had broken free the moment he set his daughter into his father's arms and confessed his ineptitude. How had this happened to him? Donella was gone. He had a child and no inkling how to raise her, and he was alone. This was not the path he had ever envisioned for himself. Graham had held Maisie, just as shocked by Torin's weeping as Torin was himself. Bleary and heartsick, Torin had sat in his father's chair in the common room. Graham had then said words he didn't want to hear, words that made him rigid. "Your daughter needs a tender hand, Torin. Find her a mother. A woman of the Isle who can help you. Find her." As if she grew on a tree. As if she were fruit to be picked. With Donella buried and dead only 3 months. Furious, Torin had snatched Maisie from Graham's arms and departed, vowing he would never return to his father for help. That evening a raven had brought a note to Torin's door. He knew it was his father's doing, Graham had refused to leave his croft ever since Torrin's mother abandoned them. Warm the goat milk. Test it on your wrist to ensure it's not too hot before you feed it to her. Walk and sing to her when she cries. Make sure she sleeps on her back at night. Torrin had ripped Graham's note to pieces and burned it in the hearth. But he did as his father had instructed. Slowly, Maisie cried less, but she still was far more life than Torrin could handle. And then, a few months later, he had met Sidra in the valley. He ascended the hill now, desperate once more. He made it to the crest, reaching his father's kale yard. It was overcome with weeds, even though Sidra came once a week to tend to Graham's garden. Torrin noticed the roof needed mending, the shutters hung crookedly, there was a bird's nest in one of the eaves, and the rain barrel looked foggy. All seemed broken and disheveled, that is, until Torrin approached his father's door. Then the weeds retreated with a whisper, exposing the stone pathway. The despondent vines that grew up the side of the house turned into honeysuckle climbing a trellis. Wildflowers bloomed amid the kale and herbs. The gossamer melted away, and the shutters were straight and recently painted. Watching the cottage and yard change with his presence gave Torrin pause. He was humbled, thinking of all the times he had judged the croft and his father's past decisions from the road. The disrepair, the messiness. Why couldn't his father take care of things? And yet all along it was beautiful and orderly. Torrin had simply been unable to see it. He wondered if Sidra saw past the glamour, and when he noticed how tidy the rows of vegetables were, he knew she did. She had probably seen the heart of this place from the beginning. The folk of the earth guarding this yard must be very shrewd. Sidra? Sidra, is that you again? Graham called from within before Torrin had even knocked. The yard must have given his presence away. Tell Maisie I have her ship ready. Come inside, come inside. I was just about to make some oatcakes. Torrin let himself in. The common room was messy, and this time it was not glamored. His father had an overwhelming collection of things. There were piles of books, heaps of loose papers, waterlogged scrolls from another era set in haphazard stacks. 5 pairs of fancy mainland boots with laces, hardly worn, and a jacket the color of fire, lined with plaid. Jars of golden pins, a jewelry box that held his mother's abandoned pearls. A map of the realm pegged on the floor, because the walls were already crowded with drawings and musty tapestries, and a chart of the northern constellations. All were possessions from Graham's former life, when he had been the ambassador to the mainland. Torrin wound through the maze, coming to the large table by the hearth, where Graham sat waiting. In his hands was a clear bottle, holding an intricate little ship. Torrin. Graham almost dropped the glass. His mouth hung open, and he stood, startled. Are Sidra and Maisie with you? I finished the ship for her. See? She and I have been working on it together when Sidra brings her to visit. It's only me, Torrin said, and he couldn't help himself. He soaked in the sight of his father. Graham looked softer, older than he had 5 years ago. He had always been tall and broad, just like his brother Alistair. But whereas Alistair was dark-headed and vibrant and given to swords, Graham was fair and reserved and drawn to books. One brother had risen as laird, the other as his support, his representative to the south. Graham's beard was silver now. His hair was caught in a messy plait. His clothes were wrinkled but clean. The lines at the corners of his eyes said that he must have been smiling more often than not, most likely when Sidra and Maisie visited. He was a great contrast to his brother. Alistair had become so gaunt and wan over the years that Torrin wondered if Graham would even recognize his brother if he saw him. Why have you come? Graham asked, as politely as he could. For advice. Oh. Graham carefully set down Maisie's ship in a bottle, and his hands moved over the sea of clutter on his table. Bottles waiting to be filled, tiny iron instruments, slivers of wood, tins of paint, pieces of cloth. This, then, is how he fills his days, Torrin thought. Here, sit there. Do you want tea? No. Very well. How can I advise you then? Another lass has gone missing, said Torrin. He felt that beat again, thrumming in his pulse. Time was running out. This is the 3rd one in 3 weeks. I found a small trail of footprints, but there is no further trace of her save for 2 red flowers, as if her blood turned into petals. I've been searching for days and nights now. I've searched the sea caves and eddies, the glens, the mountains, the shadows between fells. The girls have vanished, and I need to know how to make the folk return them. The spirits? Graham frowned. Why would you do that? Because the spirits have taken this child, just as they took the other 2 lasses. They are slipping the girls through portals I cannot see. Graham was pensive. He let out a slow breath and said, "You blame the spirits." Torrin shifted his weight, impatient. It is the only explanation. Is it? How else would a baron completely vanish? How else, indeed? Are you going to answer me or not? Surely you have some thread of knowledge about spirits in all of this. Torrin waved his hand to the stacks of books and papers. Most of it was mainland trash, but even so, Graham Tamerlaine had once known everything. He had been full of wondrous stories of spirits and mortals alike. He could have been a druid if he had set his heart on it. Graham raked his fingers through his beard, still lost in his thoughts. We see what we want to see according to our faith, Torrin. Spirits or no. Torrin felt his pride flare. His father always knew what to say to irritate him, humble him, to make him feel as if he were 8 years old again. Faith or no, I know spirits can wreak havoc when they wish, Torrin said. Just this morning, I spoke with a woman who looked to be 90, but whose voice was that of a young maiden's. When she was a lass, she saw a gleam of gold in the bottom of a loch and swam down to claim it, only the loch was endless, the trick of a water spirit. And when the lass returned to the surface, 100 years had passed. Everyone she had known and loved in her life before were dead and gone, and she has no place here. A sad tale, indeed, Graham said, sorrowful. And one you should take caution from, as your answer lies within the lesson she endured. What? That the spirits take delight in tricking us? No, of course not. There are many of the folk who are good, who give us life and balance on the isle. Then what is my answer, sir? Speak plainly, Torrin wanted to demand, but he held his temper behind his teeth, waiting for his father to explain. If you seek a portal, a passage that will lead you into the spirit's realm, Graham began, you need one of 2 things, an invitation or your eyes opened. Torrin mulled that over before saying, but my eyes are open. I know this land, even with its capricious nature. I have combed through every glen, every cave, yes, you've seen with your eyes, Graham interrupted. But there are other sights, Torrin. There are other ways to know this isle and the secrets of the folk. Torrin was silent. He could feel a flush creeping over his face. His breath hissed through his teeth. How then shall I open my eyes? Since I doubt an invitation would be extended to me. Graham said nothing, but he started to search through a pile of old books. Eventually, he found one and set it into Torrin's palm. Torrin was inwardly hoping it held a map of some sort. A chart of fault lines and hidden doors in the east. He was vastly disappointed. The book was handwritten and incomplete, half of it missing, and its pages were worn and crinkled, some peppered by ash stains, some smudged by water, as if it had passed through many hands. He struggled to read one of the pages, but his irritation waned when he recognized a name. Lady Wynne of the Wildflowers. He was tempted to reach for the wooden figurine, still hiding in his pocket, as he read about the earth spirit. Lady Wynne of the Wildflowers was never one to boast, but when Rime of the Moors woke late from winter's chill, she challenged him outrightly for the strath by the coast, and Rime, steady and proud, deemed her words fair, thinking he could beat her with the last moonavure when the heart of the cold beat bright in the air. These are nursery stories, Torrin said, turning the page only to find it smudged, but he was confident Wynne had outwitted Rime. Where's the other half of the book? Missing, Graham said, pouring himself a cup of tea. You have no idea where it is? If I did, don't you think I would have recovered it, son? Graham added a hearty splash of milk into his tea, meeting Torrin's gaze over the rim of the cup as he sipped. Take it, Torrin. Read it. Perhaps the answer you need rests within those pages. But I expect you to return this book to me in a timely manner. That is, unless Sidra and Maisie want it. Then they can keep it. Torrin arched his brow, only mildly offended. He noticed the slant of sunlight on the floor, realizing he had stayed much longer than he had intended. Sidra and Maisie, thank you for the book then. He lifted it as a toast, despite the fact that this visit had been a waste of his time. As he wound his way back through the clutter, Torin was surprised that Graham accompanied him to the door. It once belonged to Joan Tamerlaine, said Graham. It was written before the clan line was formed. Torin paused at the gate, frowning. What are you talking about? The book in your hands, son. Torin glanced down at it again. This was Joan's. Aye. And it's in the west. What is? The other half of the book. His father shut the door without another word. Jack sat at his desk that night, studying Lorna's ballad by firelight. He had come to know her notes well. They hummed in his thoughts, eager to be played, and he was just about to extinguish his candle when his shutters rattled. He froze. He had no blade to defend himself. His eyes darted around the room, landing on his old slingshot. He rose and grabbed it, although he had no river rocks to shoot, and he pushed open the shutters with a burst of anger. There was a caw, a flap of dark wings. Jack's breath loosened when he realized it had only been a raven. The bird retreated before circling back, then landed on his desk with an indignant screech. What do you want? He asked, noticing the roll of parchment that was fastened to its leg. He gently unraveled it, but the bird continued to wait, and Jack read, "Forgive me for missing our meeting today. As you might imagine, I was swept away by Catriona's disappearance. But I still desire to speak with you, my old menace. Let me come to you this time. Tomorrow evening at Mirren's, before you play for the spirits." There was no signature, but only one person called him Old Menace. Adaira must be expecting a reply, because her ravens still waited, watching him with beady eyes. Jack sat at his desk and wrote, "Your apology is accepted, heiress. My sister will be thrilled to see you tomorrow. My mother will insist on feeding you. Come hungry." He began to sign his name but thought better of it. With a wry tilt on his lips, he wrote, "Your one and only OM." He rolled it up and bound the parchment with twine to the raven's leg. The bird took flight with a flap of dark blue wings. Jack dreamt of the spirits of the sea that night. He dreamt of opening his mouth to sing for them and drowning instead. Chapter 7. Hold the slingshot like this, Jack instructed Frey. They stood in one of the Crofts' paddocks, in the crook of the river. The air was cool with evening and smelled of the nearby aithwood, sweet sap, and sharp pine and damp oak. The wind was tranquil, the hillsides spotted with wild orchids. Adaira should be arriving soon. Like this? Frey asked. Yes, that's right. Take up a river stone and place it in the pocket. He watched as Frey found her stone and pulled back on the pouch, aiming for the target he had built out of the byre's old wood. It seemed to take her forever to let it go, and the rock sailed past the target, to her disappointment. I missed, she mumbled. I missed in the beginning too, Jack reassured her. If you practice every day, you'll soon hit the target. Frey took up a rock and shot again. It was another miss, but Jack only encouraged her to try it once more, to shoot until all of the river rocks they had gathered were gone, lost in the long grass of the paddock. As they walked to retrieve them, Jack studied the river. It flowed through the western portion of Mirren's property, wide but shallow, melodious, and brimming with perfect slingshot rocks. Mum has probably already said this to you, he began. But you know that you should never draw water from this river, don't you? Frey watched its currents, seemingly harmless as it reflected the hues of sunset. Yes. Do you know why, Frey? Because it flows from the Breccan's land. But I can gather rocks from it, right? For your slingshot. He met her gaze and nodded. Yes, just the rocks. Have the Breccans ever poisoned it before, Jack? Frey asked, bending to pick up the stones. The river, I mean. He hesitated until she looked up at him. Her eyes were mirrors of his, wide-set and dark as new moons. Only hers still shone with innocence, and he wished more than anything she could remain that way, full of hope and wonder and goodness. That she would never know the sharp, jaded ways of the world. No, he replied. But there's always the chance that they might. Why would they want to do that, Jack? He was quiet, rolling his lips together as he gathered his thoughts. It's hard to understand, I know, sister. But the Breccans don't like us, and we don't like the Breccans. We've been at odds with them for centuries now. I wish it could be different, Frey said with a sigh. Mum says the Breccans are hungry when winter comes. Can't we just share our food with them? Her words brought Jack to a stop as he imagined an isle that was united. He could hardly fathom it. Frey paused, looking up at him. She held the slingshot in one hand and rocks in the other. A few wilted flowers were tucked into her hair. I wish it could be different too, he said. Perhaps one day it will be, Frey. I hope so. They walked back to their starting point to have another practice round. He wanted Frey to have a weapon and to know how to use it. He wanted her to carry the slingshot with her everywhere. She aimed and fired, hitting the corner of the target. I did it, she cried, and Jack was clapping when another voice spoke. Excellent shot, Frey. Jack and Frey both turned to see Adaira standing a few paces away, watching with a smile. She was dressed in a dark red gown, an umber cloak shielding her back. Her hair was loose and brushed into silk, the long waves reaching her waist. Jack almost didn't recognize her. She looked otherworldly at first glance as the sun continued to set, limning her in gold. Heiress, Frey said in an odd tone. I can't believe you're here. I thought Jack was teasing me. Adaira laughed. No teasing. I'm honored to spend the evening with you, Frey. Would you like to shoot the slingshot? Frey asked. She sounded nervous and Jack's heart warmed. I would love to. Adaira stepped forward. Frey handed her the weapon and picked out the perfect stone for her. It's actually Jack's. He's letting me use it for now. Oh, I recognize it, Adaira said, glancing at him. Indeed, he thought, holding her gaze for a beat. He had been a terror with his slingshot in the old days. Adaira's attention returned to Frey. Can you show me how to use it? Jack watched, arms crossed, as his little sister showed Adaira how to hold it, how to aim, how to set the stone in the pouch. Adaira took her first shot, nailing the target. Jack arched a brow, impressed. Frey jumped up and down, cheering. A slow, satisfied grin broke across Adaira's face. That was quite fun, she said, handing the slingshot back to Frey. Now I see why your brother loved it so much. Jack only snorted. Frey, Mirren called from the crest of the hill. Come help me finish supper. Frey's shoulders slumped as she brought the slingshot to Jack. Why don't you keep it for now, he said. That way you can practice whenever you feel like it. Frey appeared shocked. You're certain? Very. I have no need for a slingshot these days. That restored Frey's excitement. She bounded up the hill, proudly showing it to Mirren as the two of them returned to the house. Jack continued to stand beside Adaira in the crook of the river. The stars were beginning to dust the sky when she spoke. She seems quite fond of you, Jack. Does that come as a surprise? He countered, bristling. No, actually. But I confess that I'm jealous. Jack studied her profile. She was gazing at the river as if mesmerized by its dance. Adaira smiled, but it was inspired by sadness. I always wanted a sister. A brother. I never wanted to be the only one. I would give up my right to rule if it meant I could have a horde of siblings. Jack fell quiet, but he knew exactly what thoughts were in her mind. She was thinking of the castle graveyard. The 3 little graves beside her mother's. A brother and 2 sisters, born years before her. All 3 had been stillborn. Adaira, the last child of Lorna and Alistair, was the only one to survive. Do you know what the clan says of you, Adaira? Jack began softly. They call you our light. Our hope. They claim even the spirits bend a knee when you pass. I'm surprised flowers don't grow in your footsteps. That coaxed a slight chuckle from her, but he could still see her melancholy, as if 100 sorrows weighed her down. Then I have fooled you all. I fear that I am riddled with flaws, and there is far more shadow than light in me these days. She met his gaze again. The wind began to blow from the east, cold and dry. Adaira's hair rose and tangled like a silver net, and Jack could smell the fragrance within its shine. Like lavender and honey. He thought that he would like to see those shadows in her. Because he felt his own, brimming in his bones and dancing in solitude for far too long. Is there somewhere I can speak to you in private? She asked. He knew she was referring to the wind. Whatever she had to say to him, she didn't want the breeze to carry her words, and Jack glanced up the hill toward Mirren's cottage. He could take Adaira to his room, But he didn't think that would quite feel right, with Mirren and Frey both in the kitchen. But then he had a better idea, and he motioned for Adaira to follow him up the hill. He took her to the storehouse, a round, stone building with a thatched roof where Mirren's winter provisions were kept. The space smelled like dust, golden grains, and dried herbs as he and Adaira stood face to face in the dim light. "You've been searching for the last," Jack said. Adaira sighed, briefly closing her eyes. "Yes. Have there been any signs of where she might have gone?" "No, Jack. I'm worried about Frey," he said before he could swallow the words. Adaira's expression softened. "As am I. Are you prepared to play tonight, as we originally planned?" Jack nodded, even though his heart began to pound with anticipation. His dreams from the night before surged in his mind. He stared at Adaira and thought, "I've dreamt of drowning at the spirit's hands, and what if your fate is now twined with mine?" "What is it?" she whispered in a husky tone. He wondered what she saw in his eyes before he glanced away, shaking his head. "It's nothing. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, given that I'm more mainlander than islander these days." Adaira bit her lip. Jack sensed she had a retort to his comment. "What is it, heiress?" "You said something to me the other day, Jack," she began. "You said this place was never my home." Jack stifled a groan. He didn't want to talk about this, and he raked his hand through his hair. "Yes." "What of it, Adaira?" She was quiet, studying his face as if she had never seen him before. "Do you truly believe such words? Do you wholeheartedly claim the mainland as your home?" "I had no choice but to make it my home," he said. "You know this as well as all the others in the clan. My nameless father never claimed me. And I wanted, more than anything, to belong somewhere." "Did it ever cross your mind that we were waiting for you to return, Jack? Did you ever think of us and that maybe we longed for you to come back and fill the hall with music again?" Her words stirred his blood, and that frightened him. He scowled, felt the coldness creep across his face as he regarded her. "No, I never once thought that. I believe the clan was glad to be rid of me." "Then we have failed you," Adaira said. "And for that, I'm sorry." Jack shifted his weight. A question was nipping at his thoughts. He didn't want to voice it, but holding it in soon felt unbearable. He asked, "Do you know why your parents sent me to the mainland? Out of all the other children to give this chance to, why me?" "I do. Don't you realize I know all the secrets of the East?" Jack waited. He didn't want to beg, but Adaira was letting the silence draw out far too long for his liking. "Why then, heiress?" "I can tell you, Jack. But I will have to take you back in time to do so," she said, tucking strands of hair behind her ear. Again, she was quiet, watching his impatience rise. "Then take me back," he requested, tersely. "I'm sure you remember that night," she began. "The night you and I clashed at a particular thistle patch. The night you chased me across the hills. The night you shoved a handful of thistles into my face," he corrected dryly. Of course, they would see this story from different perspectives. But standing so close to Adaira now, breathing in the waning light of a summer evening and listening to the Isle's wind howl beyond the door, he remembered that night vividly. Jack had been 10, eager to prove himself worthy of the East Guard. The Moon Thistle Challenge was held every 3 years to determine which aspiring recruits knew the lay of the Isle, as well as the danger of magical plants. He had taken the time to scout the hills the day before to find the perfect patch of moon thistles. And when Torin had blown the horn at midnight, commencing the challenge, Jack had dashed to his secret patch, only to discover that Adaira had beaten him to it. She had harvested nearly all of the thistles, and when she broke into a run, he had chased her, thinking they could split them. Instead, Adaira had turned around and shoved the thistles into his face. The pain had been unbearable, like fire, trapped beneath his skin. Jack had instantly floundered in the grass, wailing until Torin found him and dragged him home to Mirren. But the worst had yet to come. Moon thistles were enchanted plants. A prick from their needles promised a nightmare later, in sleep. Jack had suffered through 13 terrible nights after Mirren had drawn all the spindles from his swollen face. A hint of a smile played over Adaira's countenance. Jack watched the corners of her lips curve. "I still remember those nightmares you gave me, heiress," he said. And you think you were the only one bewitched by moon thistles, my old menace, she countered. This is the other side of the story you have yet to learn. I ran home, because you gave me no other choice. You ruined my chances of joining the guard. And when I arrived at my bedchamber, I realized my palms gleamed with thistle needles. Adaira held up her hands, studying them as if she still felt the sting. So many I couldn't count them all, nor could I extract them myself. I went to my mum, because she often remained awake, late into the night. When I showed her my palms, my mum asked me, "Who did this to you, Audie?" And I told her, the lad called Jack. She began to remove them, needle by needle, and she said, "You mean the lad who becomes quiet when my music floods the hall." I didn't understand what she meant by that. But on the next full moon feast, I watched you when my mum sat on the dais and began to play her harp. I watched you, but I didn't see anything remarkable within you. Because you were not the only one who became quiet when she played. You were not the only one who hungered for her songs. All of us did. And yet she saw the flame within you. A light she had been waiting for. She knew what you would become before you did. Not many of us on the Isle can wield music. It is its own mistress here, and it chooses who it will love. But my mother saw that mark on your hands, heard the songs you were destined to play before you had encountered your first note. And you can say that you were unclaimed here, but nothing could be further from the truth, John Tamerlaine. When you left for the university, my mother was content. As if she knew you would return a bard when the time was right. Jack listened to her every word, but he stiffened when Adaira spoke of marks and light, and most of all when she addressed him by his given name, John. He had always hated the name Mirren had blessed his birth with and had soon chosen Jack for himself, refusing to answer to anything else. "What are you saying to me, Adaira?" he asked, hating the way his voice broke. "I am saying that my mother chose you as her replacement." "She saw you as the future bard of the East," Adaira said. "She died before she could see you return in your glory, but I know she would be proud of you, Jack." Jack didn't like this, the different angle on his history. He didn't like how Adaira's softly spoken words cut deep like a knife, cracking him open. "So my future was never my own?" he asked. "There was no choice as to where I wanted to reside come the end of my education?" Adaira flushed in the twilight. "No, of course you have a choice. But can I tempt you, Jack? Can I tempt you to stay with the clan for longer than the summer? Perhaps a full turning of the year? The hall has been quiet for so long now, and we have been trapped in weeks of mourning and sorrow. I think your music would bring us back to life, restore our hope." She was asking him to let his music trickle through the isle like a stream returning after a long drought. To play on the full moon feasts and at burials and on holy days and at handfastings. To play for the younger generations such as Frey, who held no knowledge of the old ballads. Jack didn't know how to respond to her. His shock must have been evident, because Adaira hastened to add, "You don't have to give me your answer now. Or tomorrow even. But I hope you will consider it, Jack." "I'll think about it," he said gruffly, as if he never would. Yet his mind raced. He thought of Lorna's music turret, with the bookshelves and the grand harp and the clan music, hidden in a dust-riddled tome. It reminded him of the letter he had seen on the table, addressed to Adaira. "I saw something yesterday, which I need to speak to you about." "And what did you see, Jack?" "The Breccans wrote to you." "Why?" She hesitated. It struck him then that he had no right to know the things in her mind, the plans she was making, to be within her circle. But he felt an ache in his stomach, and while he had no idea where it came from, he realized that he longed to be in the confidence of someone who had walked hours, searching for missing girls, who had told him her secret plans and trusted him with her late mother's music, who had given him the chance to become something far greater than he had ever envisioned for himself. "You sound displeased about this," Adaira said. "Of course I'm displeased," Jack said, exasperated. "What does our enemy want?" "Perhaps I wrote to them first." That brought Jack upright. "Why?" "If I share the answer with you, I expect that you will keep it secret, for the good of the clan. Do you understand, Jack?" He held her gaze, thinking of the other secrets they shared. "I may be your favorite old menace, but you know that I won't speak a word of it." Adaira fell pensive, and he thought she would withhold her answer until she said, "I want to establish a trade between our two clans." Jack gaped at her for a moment. "A trade?" "Yes. I have faith that a trade will stave off winter raids if we can peacefully give the Breccans what they need come the lean months. Frey's words returned to Jack, her innocent voice echoing through him. Mum says the Breccans are hungry when winter comes. Can't we just share our food with them? And what will they give us in return? Jack said. This trade would drain the Tamerlanes if they weren't careful. We don't need anything of theirs. The one thing they have in abundance, enchanted possessions, Adaira replied. They can weave and forge and create magical craft without consequence. I know it doesn't make sense for us to ask for their charmed blades and plaids if we want peace, but I also know that our people here are suffering for making those things. And I want to see that burden lifted. She spoke of people like his mum. Like Una. Jack was quiet, but he dreamed of the same things. He had always hated the way his mother sacrificed her health to make those uncanny plaids. One day she would push herself too far, too hard, and the cough she tried to hide would morph into a claw, ripping her up from within. Furthermore, if a trade could be established between the two clans, then Jack would no longer have to worry about his mother's croft being raided. This very storehouse that he was standing in, which beckoned to Breccan like low-hanging fruit come winter, could be secure. Adaira mistook his silence. You disapprove, Bard? He frowned at her. No. I think it's a good idea, Adaira. But I'm worried that the Breccans don't want peace the same way we do, and that they might fool us. You sound like Torin. Jack didn't know if that was meant as a compliment or not. Once, he had wanted to be Torin, and Jack almost laughed, thinking about how different he was now. Your cousin disapproves of your idea? He thinks establishing a trade will be a nightmare, Adaira replied. The clan line presents the greatest obstacle. Do we cross it into their territory, or do we allow them to cross into ours? Either way, Torin says it's bound to be something that goes awry and bloody. He's not wrong, Adaira. Her brow creased. Jack studied her, watching the thoughts whirl through her. She was parting her lips to say more when they both heard Frey calling for them. Jack peeked out the solitary window. He could just discern his sister walking in the backyard, shouting their names. He didn't want Frey to see him and Adaira emerge from the storehouse. He waited until his sister turned to face the river before he opened the door. Adaira slipped out into the evening, with Jack close behind, and they approached the yard gate side by side, as if they had been walking the property. Here we are, Frey, Adaira said. Frey whirled to face them. It's time for supper, she said, touching the ends of her braids. I hope you like winkle soup, heiress. It's my favorite, Adaira replied, reaching for Frey's hand. Jack watched as a smile stole across his sister's face. She was odd to be holding the heiress's hand. Warmed, he followed as Frey led them into the firelight. Mirren had laid out a lovely spread for Adaira. The best plates and glasses, the oldest wine, and polished silverware that gleamed like dew. They had been cooking most of the day, preparing food for the Mitchell family in their time of grief, and the house was still heated from it, the air holding a trace of berries and the briny scent of the winkles Jack had gathered from the shore at low tide. Frey had picked fresh flowers and lit the candles, and Jack settled in his customary chair. Adaira took the seat directly across from him. His mother was speaking, filling bowls with the soup, but Jack's mind was distant. He was thinking of all the things Adaira had just said to him. To play for the East. To stay the full turning of the year. To trade with their enemies. I can't believe you're here in our house, Frey said. Jack's reveries broke as he watched his sister shyly grin at the heiress. I know, it's been a very long time since I visited, said Adaira. But I remember when you were born, Frey. My dad and Mum and I came to see you for the first time. Did you hold me? I did, Adaira replied. You were the best bairn I ever held. Most children cry in my arms, but not you. Mirren began to cough. The sound was deep and wet, and she tried to muffle it behind her palm. Adaira's smile faded, as did Frey's. Jack sat frozen as he watched his mother cough, her thin shoulders shaking. Mum, he stood, fearful. Mirren calmed and motioned for him to sit. But he saw the flash of blood on her palm, even as she seamlessly wiped it away on the underside of her apron. He had never seen her bleed after a coughing spell, and it chilled him. Her health must have steadily declined in the years he was away. I'm fine, Jack, Mirren said, clearing her throat. And then it was as if it had never happened. She took a sip of wine and guided the conversation away to other matters, engaging Adaira. Jack let out a long breath and returned to his chair. But he noticed once again that his mother hardly ate. After supper, he cleared the table and washed the dishes, insisting that Frey and Mirren entertain Adaira by the hearth. He listened to the women talk as he dunked the plates in the wash barrel. Frey proudly displayed her slingshot to Adaira again before pointing upward and saying, "See all those divots in the rafters overhead? Jack made those." He thought it was a good time to bring out the pie and set a pot of tea to boil. "Did they teach you how to serve tea and cook at the university?" Mirren asked with amusement, watching Jack handle the kettle. "They didn't," he replied, pouring a cup for Frey and Mirren. "For Adaira. But mainland fare is quite dry. So I asked the cook one night if I could use the kitchen after hours to make my own food for the next day. He agreed, and so I began to cook for myself whenever my lessons gave me a moment to breathe. I remembered everything you taught me, Mum, even though I once disliked cooking." "Cream and honey?" he seamlessly asked Adaira as he handed her a cup. She was sitting on the divan beside Frey. Her fingers brushed his as she accepted the tea, but her eyes were wide, as if she were battling shock, watching him serve tea. "Just cream," she said. He walked to the buttery in the corner of the kitchen to get the chilled glass of cream, then brought it to her. "Jack? Jack, the pie," Frey whispered between her fingers. He winked as he returned to the kitchen for one of the 2 pies he and Frey had baked together that afternoon. One for them, and one for the Mitchell family. At first it had felt strange to bake for people he didn't know, until he remembered the old ways of the Isle. For any event, be it joyful or sorrowful, a death, a marriage, a divorce, a sickness, a birth, the clan rallied and prepared food to express their love for those involved. Cottages became gathering places for hearty, comforting food whenever tears or laughter flowed. Jack had forgotten how much he liked that tradition. He served Adaira the first slice and grinned when she cast a wary look his way. "You made this?" "Aye," he said, standing close to her, waiting. Adaira took her spoon and poked at the pie. "What's in it, Jack?" "Oh, what all did we dump in there, Frey?" "Blackberries, strawberries, pimpleberries." Frey gasped in alarm. "What's a pim?" "Honey and butter and a dash of good luck," he finished, his gaze remaining on Adaira. "All of your favorite things, as I recall, heiress." Adaira stared up at him, her face composed save for her pursed lips. She was trying not to laugh, he realized. He was suddenly flustered. "Heiress, I did not put pimpleberries in there," Frey frantically said. "Oh, sweet lass, I know you didn't," Adaira said, turning a smile upon the girl. "Your brother is teasing me. You see, when we were your age, there was a great dinner in the hall one night. And Jack brought me a piece of pie, to say he was sorry for something he had done earlier that day. He looked so contrite that I foolishly believed him and took a bite, only to realize something tasted very strange about it." "What was it?" Frey asked, as if she could not imagine Jack doing something so awful. "He called it a pimpleberry, but it was actually a small skin of ink," Adaira replied. "And it stained my teeth for a week and made me very ill." "Is this true, Jack?" Mirren cried, setting her teacup down with a clatter. "'Tis truth," he confessed, and before any of the women could say another word, he took the plate and the spoon from Adaira and ate a piece of the pie. It was delicious, but only because he and Frey had found and harvested the berries and rolled out the dough and talked about swords and books and baby cows while they made it. He swallowed the sweetness and said, "I believe this one is exceptional, thanks to Frey." Mirren bustled into the kitchen to cut a new slice for Adaira and find her a clean utensil, muttering about how the mainland must have robbed Jack of all manners. But Adaira didn't seem to hear. She took the plate from his hands, as well as the spoon, and ate after him. He watched her swallow, and when she smiled at Frey, telling his sister it was the best pie she had ever tasted, Jack felt a stab of vulnerability. It disquieted him, and he turned away with a frown and sought refuge in the kitchen. Mirren was there, viciously cutting into the pie. "I can't believe you did such a thing to the laird's daughter," she murmured, mortified. "People must think I let you run wild." The truth was that Adaira had never exposed him as the pimpleberry culprit, and so he had gone unpunished. Mirren had not known, because Alastair and Lorna had not known. Only he and Adaira. "Go spend time with your company, Mum," he said, carefully taking the knife from her. "And if you're not completely ashamed of who I once was, enjoy a piece of pie." Mirren sharply exhaled, but she softened as she watched him prepare 2 plates for her and Frey. He remained in the kitchen, rewashing a few of the dishes, as if he had overlooked them earlier. But he listened as Adaira and his little sister laughed. He listened as Mirren told a story. This was how all evenings were spent, gathered by the hearth, sharing lore and tea and laughter. Eventually, he couldn't continue feigning there were dishes to be washed without attracting suspicion, and he turned to scrubbing the tabletop clean. "Jack," Frey suddenly cried, "you should play your harp for Adaira." He hesitated before looking at Adaira, only to find her gaze was already fixed on him. "That's a lovely idea, Frey," she said. "But I should return home before the moon rises." She stood and thanked Mirren for supper and Frey for the pie. "I'll return soon for another slice," Adaira promised, and Frey blushed with pride. "I'll walk you out," Jack said. He opened the door and stepped into the piece of the kale yard. The night was cool. He drank the moment of silence before Adaira joined him. They walked to the gate where her horse was tethered. Adaira turned to face him, and he noticed how exhausted she suddenly appeared in the starlight, as if she had been holding a mask over her face the entire evening. "Midnight," she said. "Yes," he replied. "At Kelpie Rock, which I vividly remember how to find." Adaira smiled before passing through the gate to mount her horse. Jack stood among the herbs and watched her ride away until she melted into the shadows of night. He stared into the dark space between the stars, measuring the moon. He had a few more hours until midnight. A few more hours until he played for the folk of the tides. He returned inside. He asked Mirren to tell him a story of the sea. "Another one," Maisie said. Sidra's eyes were heavy. She was lying in bed beneath the quilts, reading aloud by candlelight. Maisie wiggled closer to her side as Sidra yawned, attempting to close the tattered book Torin had brought home from Graham's. "I think it's time for bed, Maisie." "No, another story." Sometimes Maisie had Torin's temperament. Orders flew out of her mouth, and Sidra had learned it was best to respond in a gentle way. She stroked Maisie's honey-brown curls. "There will always be time tomorrow," she said. Maisie's face wrinkled, and she turned her head, fixing sad, imploring eyes on Sidra. "Just one more, Sidra." "Please." Sidra sighed. "Very well. Just one more, and then I'm blowing the candle out." Maisie smiled and settled down again, her head propped on Sidra's shoulder. Sidra turned the page carefully. The spine of the book was weak, a few leaves were loose and smudged. "That one," Maisie said, her finger striking the page. "Careful, Maisie. This is an old book." But Sidra's eyes were drawn to the same story. Flowers, a few illuminated with gold ink, illustrated the edges of the text. "Long ago, it was a hot summer day on the Isle," Sidra began. Lady Wynne of the Wildflowers walked the hills, searching for one of her sisters, Orenna. Now, Orenna was known to be one of the stealthiest of the earth spirits. She liked to grow her crimson flowers in the most unlikely of places, on hearthstones, in riverbeds, on the high, windy slopes of Tilting Tom, because she liked to eavesdrop on the other spirits, the fire, the water, and the wind. Sometimes she would glean their secrets and share them with her kind, with the alder maidens and the rock families and the elegant bracken of the Valas. Wynne and the Eerie Stone had learned of her ways, and after receiving complaints from water and fire and threats from wind, they decided that Orenna must be approached. So Wynne found her sister, who was coaxing flowers to bloom along the chimney of a mortal house. "You've angered the fire with your stealthy ways," Wynne explained, "as well as the wind and the water, and we must maintain peace with our brethren." Orenna appeared shocked. "I only give my beauty to places that need it, such as this drab chimney." "You are free to bloom in the grass on the hillsides, in the gardens of mortal kind, and among the bracken," Wynne said. "But you must leave these other places alone and let the fire and the water and the wind tend to them." Orenna nodded, but she didn't like to take correction from Wynne, or the Eerie Stone. The next day she grew her flowers on the highest summit of the isle, Tilting Tom. And while the mountain is still a subject of the earth, the wind commands that place with a mighty breath. The wind soon learned of her eyes in the cleft of the rock, how she watched their wings blow north and south, east and west. How she stole their secrets. They threatened to bring the mountain down, and Win once again had to seek her sister. She found Aurena by the coast, coaxing flowers to grow at the bottom of gleaming eddies. "I have told you once, now twice," Win began. "You can bloom amid the grass of the hillsides, in the gardens of mortal kind, and in the bracken, but nowhere else, sister. Your stealthy ways are causing strife." Aurena was full of pride. She was also full of knowledge now, having watched the ways of the other spirits. She knew Win was crowned among the wildflowers, but Aurena thought she could rule better than her sister. "You are simply weak, Win. And the other spirits know they can command you." Well, the Wind knew better, and carried those haughty words of Aurena's to the Eerie Stone, the oldest and wisest of all the folk. He was incandescently angry at Aurena, and he called her to him. She had no choice but to obey, and she knelt when the Eerie Stone looked at her. "You have chosen again and again to disrespect the other spirits, and so I have no other choice but to discipline you, Aurena. From hence onward, you will only grow and dry, heartsick ground where the water may deny you, the fire may destroy you, and the wind can make you bend to its might. In order to bloom, you will have to give your life source. You will have to cut your finger on a thorn and let your golden ichor flow like sap down to the ground. And last of all, the mortal kind of the isle will learn your secrets by consuming your petals. This is your punishment, which may last as short as a day should you truly repent, or an eternity should your heart turn hard and cold." Aurena was furious at the Eerie Stone's justice. She thought herself strong enough to resist his verdict, but she soon discovered that her flowers could no longer bloom where she willed. Even the lush grass, who had always welcomed her, couldn't give her space to blossom, and she had to search the entirety of the isle to find a small patch of dry, heartsick ground in a graveyard. Even then, she couldn't bloom, not until she pricked her finger on a thorn and her blood ran, slow, thick, and golden, down to the earth. She bloomed, but she was much smaller than before. She was vulnerable, she realized, and the other spirits denied her company. Sad and lonely, she called to a mortal girl who was picking wildflowers one day. The girl was delighted, but soon ate the flowers and learned all of Aurena's secrets, just as the Eerie Stone had foretold. Defiant, Aurena never repented but carved a life for herself in the ground she was given. She's still there to this day, if you are fortunate or misfortunate enough to find her. Sidra fell quiet, reaching the end. Maisie had fallen asleep, and Sidra carefully slipped from the bed, tucking the blankets around her daughter. She carried Graham's book and a rushlight into the kitchen and stood at the table. She had left all of her herbs and supplies out. Jars, salts, honey, vinegar, and an array of dried herbs. The 2 red flowers Torin had brought her were still where she had left them. They hadn't wilted, which foretold their magical essence, just like a moon thistle, and Sidra studied them in the firelight, occasionally glancing back over the legend. She had encountered plenty of graveyards before, although she had never seen small, crimson flowers blooming amid the headstones. And if the Aurena flower couldn't bloom freely in the grass, then these 2 blossoms must have been dropped in the place where Catriona had vanished. Something or someone had been carrying them, perhaps to ingest the petals. She would have to tell Torin about it at first light. But she wondered, what would happen if she swallowed one? Sidra wasn't sure, and she returned to bed with a shiver. Chapter 8. Adaira was waiting for Jack on the shore. The air was cold, but the moonlight was generous, guiding him down the rocky path to meet her on the coast, his harp tucked beneath his arm. She was pacing on the sand, the only indication that she was anxious, and she had braided her hair to keep the wind from toying with it. He couldn't discern her expression until he was almost upon her. "Are you ready?" she asked. He nodded despite the worry that nagged him. He drew his harp from its skin and settled on a damp rock. A small crab scuttled between his boots, and a few dead jellyfish lay scattered like purple blossoms. He positioned his harp on his lap, propping it against his left shoulder, just above his swift-beating heart. From the corner of his eye, he could see Adaira standing tall and rigid. The starlight illuminated her. She doesn't seem real, but neither does this moment, Jack thought, with a tremor in his hands. He was about to play Lorna's ballad and draw forth the spirits of the sea. And it almost felt as if the ground beneath him quaked, just slightly, and as if the tide grew softer as its foam reached for his boots. As if the wind caressed his face, and even the reflection of the moon gleamed a little brighter in the rock pools. All of it, air and water and earth and fire, seemed expectant and waiting for him to worship them. Jack played a scale on his harp, his fingers stiff at first. A memory rose, unbidden, a memory made on the mainland. He had been sitting in an alcove of the Bardic University with Gwyn, his first love, at his side watching his every move, her hair tickling his arm and smelling of roses. She had been scolding him for creating such sad songs, and he didn't tell her that he felt the most alive when he played for sorrow. Now it was strange how that moment felt old and bleached by the sun, as if it had happened in the life of another man, not Jack Tamerlane's. Knowing he couldn't play this strange music with such reservations and distractions, he strove to find a calming place within himself. To remember and fall back into a time when he was a boy and cadence was all he had known. When he had loved the sea and the hills and the mountains, the caves and the heather and the rivers. A time when he had yearned to behold a spirit face to face. His fingers grew nimble, and Lorna's notes began to trickle into the air, metallic beneath his nails. He could hardly contain the splendor of them anymore, and he played and felt as if he were not flesh and blood and bone, but made by the sea foam, as if he had emerged one night from the ocean. From all the haunted deep places where man had never roamed, but where spirits glided and drank and moved like breath. He sang up the spirits of the sea, the timeless beings that belong to the cold depths. He sang them up to the surface, to the moonlight, with Lorna's ballad. He watched the tide cease, just as it had done the night when he returned to Cadence. He watched eyes gleam from beneath the water like golden coins. He watched webbed fingers and toes drift beneath the shallow ripples. The spirits manifested into their physical forms. They came with barbed fins and tentacles, with hair like spilled ink, with gills and iridescent scales and endless rows of teeth. They rose from the water and gathered close about him, as if he had called them home. Jack saw Adaira take a step closer to him, her fear like a net. He almost missed a note. She was dividing his attention, even though she was a glimmer at the corner of his eye. She took another step closer, as if she thought he would be swept away, and he turned his head slightly to keep her in his sight. Because she was his only reminder that he was mortal and man, no matter what this music made him feel, that he wasn't a creature of the waters, as he suddenly yearned to be. Adaira, he wanted to say to her, interjecting her name between the notes her mother had woven and spun. Adaira. The spirits felt his attention shift from them to her. The woman with hair like moonlight, the woman made of sharp beauty. Now that they beheld her, they seemed unable to forget her. Not even Jack's music could draw their attention away, and his heart began to falter. "It is her," one of the spirits said in a waterlogged voice. It is her. They must think Adaira is Lorna, Jack thought. He was nearly to the last stanza. His hands were trembling, and his voice had turned ragged on the edges. How long had he been playing? The moon was lower, and the spirits refused to remove their scrutiny from Adaira. "Look at me," his fingers played between the notes he plucked. "Give your attention to me." Instantly, all the glimmering eyes returned to him. Yes," they seemed to say. "The mortal man still plays for us." They listened and softened once more as Jack crooned at them. All of the spirits in their manifest forms adored him. Save for one. It was the one spirit out of the dripping horde whose form most resembled a human woman. She stood thin and reedy on two legs in the heart of the gathering, the water lapping at her barnacled knees. Her skin was pale with a sheen of pearl, and her hair, like kelp, fell long and thick to clothe her body. Her face was angular, but she had an upturned nose, a mouth like a hook, and two eyes that were iridescent as oyster shells. She held a fishing spear in one hand, and her fingernails were long and black. She could almost pass for a human. but there were elements of her that exposed her as a spirit. Gills fluttered in her neck, and patches of golden scales adorned her skin, traces of her magic that she couldn't disguise. It was Lady Reem of the Sea, the one who had threatened to sink the fisherman's boat, who had darted past Jack and laughed with the tide when he had swum to the shore. Jack studied the spirit, marveling, but Reem paid him no heed. She stared at Adaira. The song reached its end. For a moment, all was silent. The spirits wanted more. He could sense it. And yet he felt empty, sucked dry to his bones. "Why have you summoned us?" Reem asked Adaira. Her voice was muted, warbled. It would sound clear and crisp beneath the water, Jack suspected. "Do you seek to ensnare and bind us with the mortal man's song?" "No," Adaira said. "I seek your wisdom and insight, Lady of the Sea." "About a mortal matter, I presume?" "Yes." Jack didn't move as he listened to Adaira describe the troubling events. She spoke of the missing children and told Reem there was no trace of where the girls might be, if they still lived. She spoke of the third girl who had vanished the day before after playing on the shore with her siblings. There was no suspicion in her voice, nothing that betrayed Adaira's belief that the folk of the tides were at fault. "And what do we have to do with mortal children?" Reem questioned. "Your lives on land are far more amusing to us than beneath the water in our domain, where your skin prunes and you must remain in a bubble to survive." So they had held mortals below at some point, Jack thought with a flash of alarm. Adaira took a step closer to the water, unafraid. She held out her palms and said, "You dwell in the sea, a vast place that surrounds our isle." "Have you seen nothing then? Did you not witness Annabel Ranald and Eliza Elliott disappearing? Did you not see Catriona Mitchell walk along the coast yesterday?" The spirits began to exchange glances with one another. A few of them grumbled and shifted in the water, but no one answered. They waited for Reem to speak for them. "If we saw or did anything, heiress, we cannot speak of it." "Why is that?" Adaira's voice was cold. Her anger was rising. "Because our mouths have been sealed from speaking truth," Reem replied, and her words were even more blurred than before, as if her tongue were caught. "You will have to seek your answers from those who are higher than us." Jack rose stiffly. At last, he drew the gaze of Reem, and she looked at him with her iridescent eyes. "Who is higher than you?" he asked. He didn't know there was a hierarchy among the spirits. His mind began to spin, wondering how he could summon anything else from the water. "Look around and above you, Bard," Reem said to him. "We are only greater than fire." She set her gaze on Adaira again and struggled to say, "Beware, mortal woman. Beware of blood in the water." The spirits hissed in agreement, and the tide returned with vengeance. The ocean rushed forward, the tide pushing the waves far higher than it had before, and the spirits melted into the foam. Jack had no time to move, to reach for Adaira as the waves swallowed them whole. "It's happening," he thought, clutching his harp as he frantically kicked to find the surface. "The spirits are going to drown us." He felt fingers in his hair, a painful yank. He opened his eyes, expecting to dimly see Reem smiling with her pinprick cache of teeth, ready to drown him. But it was only Adaira. She took hold of his arm and guided him up to the surface. As they clambered up the kelpy rock, they had to fight the draw of the tide before the waves pulled them both under again. It was a narrow, uncomfortable rock. They had no choice but to sit back to back, shivering from the cold, and wait for the tide to recede. Jack remained silent as he picked threads of algae from his harp strings. But he was inwardly overcome, astounded at what he and Adaira had done. At the power of Lorna's ballad to summon all the spirits of the sea, the folk he had once heard about in the legends of his childhood. Faceless phantoms and mystical beings that rarely revealed themselves to mortals. He and Adaira had just beheld them, conversed with them, summoned them. He struggled to hold his rapture in check, but Adaira laughed and Jack couldn't resist smiling. "I can't believe we just did that," she said. "You, actually. Not me. I did nothing but stand there." "You spoke with them," Jack argued. "Something I could hardly find the wits to do." But still, it was different from what I expected." She shuddered, as if struck with both horror and excitement. "You did well, Bard." Jack snorted, but her compliment seeped into him. He was about to reply when he felt a strange ache in his head, just behind his eyes. He closed them, pressed the heel of his palm to his throbbing lids. The pain flickered like lightning, coursing down his arms to his fingertips. He gritted his teeth against it and hoped Adaira couldn't hear him gasp as the discomfort found a resting place in his bones. He tried to breathe, deep and slow, but his nose was dripping now. He touched the bow of his lips. His fingers came away with a dark, wet stain. His nose was bleeding, and his hand trembled as he pressed a corner of his wet plaid to it, hoping to staunch the flow. "Jack? Did you hear me?" Adaira was saying. He suddenly didn't want her to know. He didn't want her to know he was in agony, that he was bleeding. But the truth hit him like an axe. Playing for the spirits required him to spin magic with his craft. It was devastating to realize this was how his mother felt after completing an enchanted plaid. She made it sound as if the spirits want nothing to do with our children in their realm, Adaira was saying. But I struggle to believe such a claim. Then we must ask ourselves what mortal children can do for them in the world beyond ours, Jack said. Surely the spirits have uses for us, even if it is only to entertain them. Yes, Adaira said in a distant tone. What do you think Reem meant about others being higher than them? Jack swallowed. He could taste a clot of blood, and he cleared his throat. Who can guess? We should have known the spirits wouldn't speak plainly. As if they heard him, a wave broke hard on the rock and splashed him in the face. Thank you for that, he muttered, irritated. The bleeding was easing. So was the strain behind his eyes, but the pain lingered in his hands. He flexed his stiff fingers, full of worry. Adaira herself was lost in thought. Eventually, she said, I think she meant that the spirits of earth and air are above the water. I never realized that. Neither did I. Adaira fell quiet. Her back was still pressed against his, and he felt her draw a deep breath. Jack, could you play my mum's ballad to summon the spirits of the earth? He went rigid. Your mum composed a ballad for earth? Yes. And what of fire and wind? She never composed music for them. At least, not to mine or my father's knowledge. Jack was silent. He stared at the foaming water surrounding them, at the harp in his hands, at the bloodstain on his plaid. He didn't know how to tell Adaira what he was feeling about his overwhelming sense of wonder, fear, intensity, and agony. To play for the spirits, to have been found worthy, to sense the power that hid in his hands and his voice. Even now, the lingering heat of magic still coursed through him. It was a dangerous feeling. He wondered how quickly his vitality would wane. It was also apparent that Alistair had failed to inform Adaira of the cost. Or perhaps Adaira simply didn't know. She didn't know her mother's health had been stolen, bit by bit, every time she played for the folk. Lorna's untimely death had come from an accident 5 years ago. A fall from a horse, not a slow wasting sickness fueled by wielding magic. But her fate, had she lived out her years singing for the spirits, now hung like a constellation in the sky, and Jack could read it clearly. To be the Bard of the East was an honor, but it came with a terrible cost. And Jack didn't know if he was strong enough to pay it. The folk have to know where the lasses are, which spirit is offended and hiding them, Adaira said, speaking her thoughts aloud. They see nearly everything. The answers must rest with them. And if the water spirits have had their mouths sealed from speaking truth, we need to summon and speak to the others. But what do you think? I think that's our next step, Jack agreed. He didn't say out loud what he and Adaira had both realized, although he knew she was thinking it too. If the earth spirits couldn't help them, he would have to compose a ballad for wind. He had no idea what that would do to him. I'll need time to study your mum's music. I'll need time to recover from this. Come to the castle later today, she said. And I will give it to you. They sat in companionable silence for a while longer on the rock, until the moon had started to set and the tides had calmed. Adaira eventually slipped into the water and swam around the rock to look up at him. Are you going to sit there all night, Bard? He tensed, hearing the mirth in her voice. I don't think it's wise to swim in the sea at night. He nearly added that this was not just a mainland opinion, for the ocean was never safe. But Jack suppressed those words, thinking Adaira would wield anything mainland against him. So do you plan to sit there all night? She asked. Until the tide goes down, yes, said Jack. Which is at dawn, you know. He ignored her and the taunting invitation to join her in the water, holding his harp close. His gaze wandered up to the sky, seeking to read the time. But from the corner of his eye, he watched her as she continued to bob in the waves, waiting for him. And then she was gone, vanishing beneath the dark surface. Jack's full attention returned to where she had been waiting. He waited for her to resurface, watching the mesmerizing roll of the sea. But Adaira remained beneath the water, and Jack panicked. Adaira, he called to her, but the wind stole her name right from his mouth. Adaira. There was no answer, no sign of her anywhere. Soon, his eyes ached from peeling the darkness and from the glimmer of waves. Half of him knew she was toying with him, but half of him was terrified a spirit had come to claim her and was holding her down beneath the surface. He jumped into the water, one arm holding the instrument tight to his chest, the other searching frantically for her. His hand cut through the cold whirl of the tide. He knew as soon as their fingers entwined that she had been waiting for him, lurking like a patient predator. She had known he would come after her, and as he broke the surface with her, he was relieved and angry and a tiny bit amused. He said nothing at first. The water dripped from his hair, and he glared when she smiled, when she laughed. His traitorous heart skipped at the sound. "Go on," he said. "Take delight in my surrender. You should be thanking me. I just saved you from a long night perched on a rock." She slipped her fingers from his and splashed him in the face as she swam away. Jack reached to snag her ankle, but Adaira evaded him. He couldn't catch her. She swam just ahead of him, leading him to the coastal path. After a moment, she turned to glide backwards, beholding his face. "You've grown slow in the water, Jack." He said nothing because the music for the spirits had drained him. Let her blame his weak swimming on the mainland. He followed her to where the path cut up through the rocks. Adaira pulled herself from the sea, elegant despite her drenched clothes. Jack remained in the water, waiting for her to turn and look at him. He extended his hand. He didn't know if he was strong enough to climb out without her assistance. "Are you going to help me up?" Adaira unwound her matted braid and laughed again. "Do you think I was born yesterday?" She gave him a terrible idea. He almost smiled. "Then will you at least take my harp? It's going to warp now, after all this time in the water." He held up his instrument, and Adaira studied it. Jack concealed his glee as she reached forward to take hold of his harp. As soon as her fingers closed over the frame, he pulled. Adaira let out a shriek as she tumbled into the sea, just over his head. He couldn't resist it. A broad grin spread across his face as Adaira spluttered to the surface. "You will soon pay for that," she said, wiping the water from her eyes. "Old menace." "I have no doubt," he replied in a droll tone. "What will it be, heiress? Tar and feathers? The stalks? My firstborn son." She stared at him a moment, pearls of water on her long lashes. The sea lapped at their shoulders, and Jack could feel her fingers brush his as they both waded in the roll of the waves. "I can think of something far worse." But she smiled when she said it, and he had never seen such a smile on her face before. Or maybe he had once, long ago when they were children. She was making him remember those old days. Days spent in the sea and the caves. Nights spent roaming the wild places, the thistle patches and the glens and the rocks on the coast. She was making him remember what it felt like to belong on the Isle. To belong to the East. She wanted him to stay and play for their clan, and Jack was beginning to think that maybe he should seize that opportunity, even if it stole his health, song by song. Just for a year. A full passing of seasons. Long enough to see her rise as laird. He drew a tendril of golden algae from her hair and begrudgingly acknowledged it then. He disliked her a little less than he had yesterday. And that could only bring him trouble. Chapter 9. Sidra dreamt she walked the shores of Cadence. In the beginning, Maisie was at her side, and then the little lass turned into a fish and leapt into the sea, and Sidra was alone, standing on blood-soaked sand. She was worried about Maisie until she saw Donella in the distance. It surprised her at first. Torrhen's first wife had never appeared in her dreams, but Sidra waved as Donella Tamerlaine strode to her, dressed in armor and draped in the brown and red plaid of the guard. "Donella? Why are you here?" Sidra asked, and her heart betrayed her. It began to hammer as she wondered if Donella had returned to take Torin and Maisie back. Sidra? Sidra, wake up, Donella said urgently. The sand crushed beneath her boots and she reached for Sidra's arm to shake her. This is a dream. Awaken. Donella had never touched her before. The ghost's hand felt like ice on her arm, and Sidra gasped and woke. Her pulse was thick in her throat. Gradually, Sidra's awareness sharpened. The cottage was dark with night and quiet save for the howl of the wind. She was lying in bed, and Maisie was snoring, curled up close beside her. She was exhausted after a long, strange day. But her arm, it ached. Sidra rubbed it, noticing that Donella's ghost was in the room with her, hovering at the bedside, transparent like a stream of moonlight. Donella? Make haste, Sidra, the ghost spoke. Her voice was not nearly as strong as it had been in the dream. In reality, it was delicate, like a fading note of music. He's coming for her. Who? Sidra rasped. Rise and go to Torin's oaken chest. At the very bottom, you will find a small dirk, Donella said, motioning for Sidra to hurry. I had this blade forged for Maisie before I died. Take it in your hand and run with her to Graham's Croft. Hurry, hurry. He's coming, Sidra. Donella surrendered to the moonlight on the floor, and Sidra wondered if she was still dreaming. But she did as the ghost had instructed. She slid from the bed and rushed into the next chamber, kneeling before Torin's oaken chest. Her fingers were slow from sleep, but she searched through his clothes and the juniper boughs until she found the dirk Donella had spoken of, snug in a leather sheath and hiding at the very bottom. One of Una's creations. Sidra took the hilt in her hand and hurried back into her bedroom, bare feet slapping on the floor. The wind had fallen quiet. Its absence made her skin prickle as she gathered Maisie into her arms. There was no time to slip on stockings or boots or to wrap her and Maisie in a cloak. Sidra could hear the lock of the front door turning as she carried Maisie out the back. Sidra, Maisie mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Where are we going? We are going to visit Granda, Sidra whispered as she carried the lass through the yard, trying to be as quiet as possible. But why? Maisie asked loudly. Shoo, hold tight to me. She found the path to Graham's cottage in the moonlight. It wound up the knoll, knee-deep in heather, and Sidra began to run, even though her legs were trembling. She pressed Maisie's objections to her chest, sparing a frantic glance over her shoulder. Something stood in her yard. It was a shadow, tall and built like a man. It tilted its head. She could feel it looking at her. Terror turned Sidra's blood to ice as the shadow began to pursue her, impossibly swift. She struggled to breathe, to rush up the hill carrying a child in her arms. But she knew she wouldn't be able to outrun the darkness. Maisie, listen to me. I want you to run straight to Granda's door and knock as hard as you can on it. Wait for him to answer. I'll be right behind you. Sidra's chest smoldered as she set Maisie on the ground. Remember how we like to play chase? I'm it, so you must run as fast as you can and don't look back. Go now. For once in her life, Maisie didn't object. The girl took off running up the hill, and Sidra stood and held her ground. She unsheathed the dirk and turned to meet the spirit. It slowed when it realized Sidra was waiting with a flash of steel in her hand. Who are you? What do you want? Her voice wavered. The shadow came to a halt, a few paces away. She realized it was wearing a hood. Its cloak snapped in the sudden gust. The captain's daughter. Give her to me, and I won't harm you. The voice was pitched deep and smooth. Her eyes strained in the darkness, eager to catch a glimpse of its face. You'll have to kill me first. There was a low flicker of laughter. But Sidra wasn't afraid. She stood resolute on the path, barefoot, wearing nothing but her chemise, a small dagger in her hand. The moment the shadow lunged to take her to the ground, Sidra hissed and stabbed. It anticipated her movements, blocking with its forearm, solid as flesh. Before Sidra could respond, the shadow backhanded her. The pain was sharp, her neck snapped, and she struggled to remain upright. She stumbled but regained her balance just in time to see it was heading up the trail, pursuing Maisie. Sidra chased it, her ears ringing. She lunged and aimed, stabbing the shadow in the back. She heard the cloak rip. She felt the blade puncture skin. She watched the world unspool as the spirit spun, looming over her. "You bitch," it hissed. She was raising her hand to strike again, the dirk catching the stars when she felt the kick to her chest. The shadow's boot struck her on the sternum so hard that she couldn't breathe. She collapsed and rolled in the heather. Her hands were numb as they dropped the dirk, scrambling for purchase. She eventually came to a stop, gasping for breath. The pain was bright. She saw spots, eating the edges of her vision. She had to get up. She had to find Maisie. Sidra wheezed and tried to rise. She didn't know how much time had passed because it felt as if everything had stopped around her. The wind, the moon's descent. Her own heart. The shadow arrived, standing over her. She heard a whimper and her gaze snapped up. Maisie was in its arms, struggling. "Maisie," Sidra rasped. She held out her hand, willing to give anything. But she never had the chance to speak. She felt a blow to the side of her head. She folded into the darkness. When Sidra woke face down in the heather, she thought she was dreaming. The sun was just about to rise. It was bitterly cold, but the eastern horizon was swelling with light. A bird was trilling nearby, as if urging her to open her eyes. To get up. She slowly pushed herself up to her knees. Her chest ached. There was blood dried on the front of her chemise, and she stared at it, her mind reeling as she tried to remember. And then it hit her. The realization struck her harder than the spirit's boot to her chest. "Maisie," she screamed, her voice hoarse. "Maisie." She stumbled to her feet. The world spun for a moment, melting stars and a vermilion sunrise and the flap of a bird's wings. "Maisie." She began to tear through the heather. Her hands were so cold she could hardly feel them. "Maisie, answer me. Where are you?" "Maisie." Where had the spirit taken her? She swallowed a sob as she frantically searched. "Sidra? Sidra." She heard Graham shouting for her in the distance. She winced as her chest throbbed, and she glanced up to dimly see Torrin's father appear at the crest of the hill. Overcome, she couldn't speak. Graham hadn't left his house or his yard in all the years that Sidra had known him, and the emotion caught in her throat as he began to run down the hill. "Sidra." Graham saw her. "Sidra, is that you? Are you all right, lass?" She didn't know what to say. Her blood was still pounding when Graham finally reached her. She must have appeared far worse than she realized, because Graham's face tensed. His eyes went wide as he looked at her. "Daughter," he whispered. "What happened?" "A spirit took Maisie," she said, struggling to keep her hysteria at bay. His mouth went slack. "A spirit did this to you?" "A spirit came for her, and I fought it, and it took her. We have to keep searching. She might still be here." Sidra returned to the heather, even though every movement, every breath was like a knife in her chest. "Maisie," she shouted over and over, seeking a trail, a spirit door, a scrap of clothing. Anything that would guide her. Graham firmly took her arm, drawing her close. "Sidra? Where are you wounded?" "We need to tend to you first, lass." Sidra paused. She didn't realize how badly she was trembling or how cold she was until she felt his warmth and his strength. She frowned, struggling to understand why Graham was staring at her with such stricken eyes until she glanced down, remembering the blood that stained her chemise. It had dried to a dark hue, crinkling the wool, but it was red as the blood in her veins. "I'm not wounded," she whispered. This isn't my blood. I struck the spirit with a dirk, and it bled." Sidra met Graham's gaze. She thought of the story she had read to Maisie the night before. A story about Arena having to prick her finger in order to bloom. How her blood ran thick and gold. "The spirits." Sidra began, but her voice faded. Graham read her thoughts, granting her a somber nod. "Don't bleed as mortals do." Sidra stared at the bloodstains again. She felt as if the world had just cracked beneath her feet. It wasn't a spirit stealing the girls. It was a man. "Sidra," Graham rasped, still holding her arm, "we need to call for Torrin." Sidra's heart plummeted. The mere thought of telling Torrin what had transpired, she felt like weeping. This was what he had married her for. This was woven into her vows to him. She had promised to raise, love, and protect his daughter. She had failed him and failed Maisie. She had even failed Donella. Sidra wavered for a moment, but the truth was beginning to eclipse the numbness of her thoughts. It hadn't been a spirit who had taken Maisie, but a man, moving with impossible speed and stealth. She didn't fully understand it, but she felt how precious time was. "All right," Sidra whispered. "I'll call to him." Graham was quiet, waiting. His hand fell away from her as she took a step deeper into the heather. The sun had risen. A mist was creeping over the land. A bird continued to sing in the shadows. Sidra fell to her knees. Her voice broke as she spoke his name into the southern wind. "Torin."